Hi, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started in a minute. So if you can just take your seats. Hi, and welcome to the MIT Climate and Energy Prize Munich Semi-Final. We're really excited to be here. This is the last of our 3 semi-final events, and we're very excited to be here at the Technical University of Munich in the Institute for Advanced Studies. We want to begin by extending a sincere thank you to our repeat partner, the Technical University of Munich. We were here last year as well, and particularly Anna, June, Lars, and Philip for all of your hard work and partnership. This is, like I said, our second year partnering, and as a home to so much innovation, as you'll hear more about shortly, we couldn't imagine a more fitting place to bring together our European and African founders. The Climate and Energy Prize was founded 18 years ago in 2008, and it is the largest and longest running student climate and energy prize. And we're thrilled that this year marks the largest applicant pool yet, with over 200 startups from universities around the world. Our applicants come from over 50 different countries and 100 different top universities and are tackling the most pressing challenges across all sectors. For the past 2 weeks, we've held semifinals in Singapore and Boston, selecting 8 of our 12 grand finalists. Today, we will select the last 4 teams who will compete with us in Boston on April 17th for the potential to win $100,000 in non-dilutive funding. But the prize is really not only designed for the winners. And we hope that by going through this competition, receiving feedback from our judges, benefiting from top-tier industry mentorship, and meeting your fellow co-founders, you've made significant progress advancing your companies. What makes this community so special isn't just that it's a group of smart, driven students, but also that we're all here for a collective reason. We care deeply about solving the immense challenges that face us in both climate and energy. And I hope you will take the opportunity to meet our sponsors, our judges, other startups, and attendees. One of the best things you can take away from this prize is the global community. Today, we have 2 teams joining us more locally from Germany, and we also have teams joining us from the UK, Spain, Kenya, and Cameroon. So thank you for being here in person or virtually. We really appreciate your attendance. These global founders are tackling a diversity of issues across sectors, everything from soil health and fertilizer, to hydrogen and heavy industry, to climate intelligence, to solar-powered innovation, and more. We're excited to hear your pitches. And as a reminder, 4 of you will be moving on to our grand final, and the top winner from today will be taking home a $5,000 semi-final prize. We want to extend a big thank you to our 2026 sponsors, and particularly Amgen, Chevron, and Equinor as our megawatt sponsors. We're excited to have a mix of returning and longtime sponsors and a few new partnerships. This prize would not be possible without these corporations' continued support. And this prize would also certainly not be possible without our organizing team. This is a student prize run by students. So thank you very much to our team who is at home in Boston as well as in the room today. And lastly, thank you to our judges for taking the time to provide our startups with valuable feedback. We're excited to have a stellar panel of judges with us today, and I'm going to give you a brief chance to introduce yourself. Feel free to turn around, and please use the microphones and introduce yourself to the people in the room. Maybe we can start with you, Alex.
Good morning. Hello, can you hear me?
Danny, can you?
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Better? So who got stuck on the train this morning in the room? Great job. I'm impressed. Who took taxis? I took a taxi. It was the only way I could think to get here on time. Anyway, I'm Alex. Lovely to meet everyone. I'm general partner at Norsken, but specifically Norsken Evolve, which is an early stage fund. We have about 60 million in that fund. We raised it last year, so kind of at the beginning of the deployment cycle, generally looking at sustainability, resilience topics, deep tech. So you're all very relevant and excited to be here. We also have a foundation part of Norsken, which runs sort of global co-working spaces. We have beautiful houses in Stockholm, Barcelona, one coming soon in Amsterdam, actually one in Rwanda. So if you haven't been to one of those properties, then you should definitely go and check it out. But thank you all for being here and excited about the day.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Eisenberg. I'm a principal on the investment team at Extantia Capital. We invest into broadly three categories. That's energy, that's industrial competitiveness, and that's supply chain and infrastructure resilience. Quite flexible on business models. We've done super hardcore deep tech hardware topics. We've done foundational models on the software side. And we've done pure execution plays where there's no real invention. It's really just like putting a product into customers' hands. We do investments from pretty early stage, pre-seed to Series A. Ticket size is 1 to 5 million. And so I expect a lot of the startups to be very relevant for us as well. And look forward to seeing all the pitches.
Morning, everyone. I'm Adele from Sandwater. We're an Oslo-based VC investing a little bit later at Series A, Series B. Ticket sizes 2 to 10 million euros, geographically focused on Northern Europe, and thematically a big focus on the energy transition and resource efficiency. Definitely a preference for hardware solutions. So super excited to hear the pitches today.
Yeah, hi, my name is Johannes. I'm one of the managing partners at UVC Partners. We are one of the leading deep tech investors here in Europe. We've invested in ESA Aerospace, in Proxima Fusion, Reverian. Yeah, we are 250 million fund early stage and 150 million fund growth. So very looking forward to your pitches. And actually also I've been 10 years ago an own founder pitching in front of judges. So it's always a good experience and it's great to sit now on the other side.
Thank you so much. Quick run of show for the day. So we're a little bit behind due to some of the transportation issues, but I think we'll make it up later. So we're going to start off with 3 pitches from our founders. Those are going to be virtual to begin with, some of our founders who are joining us from elsewhere. And then we're going to have a wonderful panel, Pathways to Impact in Climate Tech, followed by a brief coffee break. The coffee break will be upstairs. We'll direct you when it comes to that. And then a few more pitches, lunch, pitches, another panel on first customer stories while our judges are deliberating, a coffee break, and then we'll go ahead and announce our who will be moving on to our grand finals and who has won the semi-final around 3:45 to 4. So without further ado, I will hand it over to Lars from Toom Venture Labs to provide a brief introduction as well. Thank you, Lars.
I think the first time in my life I'm using something like this. I have to get used to it. So May, thanks a lot for those kind words, and many thanks to the whole MIT team, May, Danny, Michelle, and everyone around you, to making this happen for the second time now. So we had the opportunity already to do this last year. We have been close to this place at the SAP building, and we were really happy and fascinated, and at least we continue. So I assume it was not so bad also from your side. And you already rewarded the colleagues in my team, especially around Anna, who made this whole show possible. I'm really lucky to have you. For me, first of all, I'm really welcoming you. I'm really looking into this. We do this as a non-profit thing here at Venture Lab to push ecosystem, to push startups. And therefore, the most important thing for me is to bring great people together who want to push something forward on the business side, and for sure also in some way on the making life a better place on the sustainability, energy, climate side, but both goes hands in hands. And therefore, the important thing is that people want to work together. And therefore, for me, the most important people for sure today are those founders who will pitch. I'm happy that we have such an international setup. That's great. For sure, I'm also proud that we have again 2 teams from TUM with us. That's also a bit the only thing very heavy on. And I was not in the selection committee up front, so no compliance on this. So really happy. I'm happy to have such an interesting jury, honestly. I had the honor to be there last year. It was interesting, but it was also tough to decide. But I think we have really great minds together who know this business. And I'm also looking forward for those interesting speeches. We tried to bring a bit for those 2 panels, some insights from former participants, startups, so people who have been in this place, maybe not 10 years ago like Johannes, but a few years ago, or also have longer experience like Alexander and others. And I wish you all a nice day. You have perfect weather, okay? Traffic, that's something we still have to work on a bit in Germany. But besides that, I wish you a wonderful day. And now I'm happy to hand over to Ulrich, the Managing Director of the IIS, the Institute of Advanced Studies. To him and all his colleagues, we have to say great thanks that they host us. And as you will see, especially in the breaks, it's a marvelous view. Your building is fantastic. I know Garching is not always so easy to reach, but it's really great. And what you are pushing forward, and especially what TUM is right now doing, is really helping us a lot. So, Uli, hand over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Great to have you here. Welcome. Welcome here at TUM. Welcome at our institute. In Germany, we used to say everything is said, but not by everyone. So I'm addressing you with a few slides. I'm kind of the advertisement block for TUM and our institute, just to give an orientation where you are and what we do. Just a very few slides. So welcome to our institute. What is our institute? To tell in a nutshell, we don't teach, okay? Our institute is only doing research. We are a typical institute for advanced study, so we invite fellows from all over the world to come here to our professors for joint work for a 3-year period. We pay them, we pay their stay, we pay the expenses for research, we pay a PhD student, just to bring in international cooperation partners. So therefore we have a building, which is where we are now. We have a budget of a team. We have scientists from all over the world, from Queensland in Australia up to Finland, you know, entire globe. And we work very simple. We invite guests, they come here, we pay them, we pay a PhD student, and for a 3-year period. Currently, we have 60 fellows, which is 60 projects for a 3-year term, which is a lot. And this is how we work. Small team, 6 people, okay, not much administration, not much, of course, evaluation systems to select the fellows to come. But apart from that, not much administration. We want to keep the people without duties, without hustle, to make them the best offer they can have for doing research. This is where our fellows come from. Of course, lots of US, lots of Europe, but increasingly China, increasingly Israel, and Latin America as well, increasingly. We're happy about that. That's our institute. Allow me to give you a small introduction to TUM. So what is, we are a technical university in Munich, so we have 2 universities. We used to concentrate on technology, the natural sciences, physics, mathematics. We are a large university. We have 53,000 students, 700 professors. That includes also a university hospital with an annual budget of something like 1.4 billion euro. Some Nobel Prize awards, roughly 9,000 graduates a year, and so on and so forth. Interesting number is 1,000 research agreements a year with companies, associations, and other partners, because you have to do that, as you all know, for legal reasons, IP agreements, and so on. Loads of work for our legal department. In the rankings, which is interesting for many, we are number 1 in Germany by different rankings, sometimes number 2, and we made it in the top 30 in the last 5 years permanently. So what do we offer? So we have 7 schools, as you can see, and we offer a lot. We don't offer law, we don't offer languages, but apart from that, we offer a lot. So mainly about technology, mathematics as the basic of all technologies, computation, life sciences closely interlinked with food industry. So we go from molecular sciences to food packaging. Okay, the entire value chain of life science is in Weinstefan, next to Freising, next to the airport. We have a school of management, medicine and health combined with our hospital. And recently we have put up a school for social sciences and technology, which is a mixture of educational studies, history, philosophy, sociology, but also energy markets and so on. Just to give you an impression of what we all offer, so it's a big shop. Of course, that's Schools are for teaching, and then you have in sciences always new areas popping up. And to include that into our landscape, we have research institutes. And the bubbles symbolize the size of the institute. And you see how many professors from which department, which school are in those bubbles. So there's robotics, it's energy, data science, biotechnology and sustainability, and so on. So by this, we integrate top research with teaching permanently. Here is the campus. This is where you are now. This is the bird's eye view of our campus. This campus is one of Europe's largest campus in science and technology. During term, we have 35,000 people here on campus, if the underground works. Okay, so the large building on the top is mechanical engineering, which is one of our top departments. The lower building is mathematics, information technology. The egg-shaped thing, and behind that, that is a neutron source. So that's a fission plant for producing neutrons. We have chemistry, that's on top left corner with the white towers. Chemistry, in the back is physics, and also a very new quantum science technology center. On the bottom of the photograph is the supercomputing center. So Munich is one of Germany's top supercomputing centers, usually in the top 10 of the world, depending on who invests more in the very moment. Okay, but usually it's shifting between number 2 and number 10 in the world. Okay. On top of that, we have 5 Max Planck institutes, basically about physics, plasma physics, physics, extraterrestrial research, quantum optics, astrophysics. Our campus is also home of ESO. ESO is the European Southern Observatory. That is, Europe runs large telescopes in the Atacama Desert in Chile, but the data are transported here on this campus. So the scientists are being here on the computers in shifts and watching the stars and do all, discovering black holes all over the place. So that's also here on campus. And also we have large companies. If you have been to SAP last year, Siemens is moving its corporate research here on this campus, 2,000 researchers. SAP did, we have General Electric and other companies here on campus. So that is a big campus with science and industry all over the place. What drives us is those areas, foundations of life, health and targeting diseases, living environment, materials, data transformation, and responsible research and technology. This is why we have put up the social science department to integrate technical progress from the human point of view. The technology is not an aim in itself, it has to serve some aims. So this is how we mix those areas together. Sustainability is the TUM strategy in teaching, in research, and also in running our premises. So we have loads of teaching and research and funds on sustainability. Our institute has been in charge of identifying the Nobel Sustainability Award for the last 3 years. So you see, this is a core strategy of our university. The next strategy is very important. This is why you are here. TUM wants to become the leading high-tech startup university in Europe. And for this reason, we have set up the venture labs, which Lars is representing. Those are units in 11 of our departments. That means here you can go, we lower the threshold to establish contacts to people who advise you on how you set up your company. Okay, so by spreading out those people in the entire TUM on all our locations, we want to engage, make it easier for our students and our researchers to put up their own company. That means legal advice, that means technology advice, advice on financial and so on, in different areas. So some success numbers. 2024 has been our most successful year with over 100 startup companies from TUM. Overall, we have 1,000 initiatives from students being supported by our university every year. We had more than 800 startups in 8 years' time up to 2022. 20 unicorns already have emerged from our environment here at TUM. I just checked the figures last night. The figures I could find is from roughly 3.6 billion venture capital in Germany. Munich, basically Munich is receiving 3 billion compared to 2.7 billion in startup companies. And that is, if you take it together in a bird's eye view, Munich accounts for roughly 30% of all German venture capital. So I think that is a number you should keep in mind. So you're here in the right place. And that's all from my side. I wish you good luck. I wish you lots of success and hope to see you again next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Okay, so time to turn to the pitches. So as I mentioned, the first 3 teams will be joining us virtually. So we're going to go ahead and set that up and just bear with us on the technology side here a little bit. But first up will be Nuru, who's here with us.
Just a minute, I set up. Okay, so good morning, everyone. Hope you can hear me. I really wish I could be there with you in Munich today, but unfortunately, due to travel constraints, they kept me here in Kenya. But I'm very grateful for the chance to share what we're building with Nuru. So, Nuru is a Swahili word for light, and I grew up in a small village in Western Kenya where electricity simply did not exist. So, when the sun went down, the day ended. Students like me started using kerosene lamps, and the smoke filled our homes. The light was weak, and many nights studying simply just stopped. Today, that reality still exists for more than 600 million people across sub Saharan Africa who lack reliable electricity. So, for millions of
I'm so sorry,
children.
Preston. Can you please share your screen so we can see your slides? We cannot see your slides right now.
Oh, you cannot see? Okay. Let me.
Yeah, feel free to start over. We'll restart the clock. Apologies about that.
Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Yep, you're good to start.
Okay. So, I grew up in a small rural village in Western Kenya where electricity simply did not exist. And when the sun went down, the day ended for us. So, students like me started using kerosene lamps that filled our homes with smoke. The lighting was weak, and many nights studying simply just stopped. So, today, that's a reality for over 600 million people across sub Saharan Africa who lacks reliable electricity. So, for millions of children, the simple act of studying after sunset remains impossible. Energy poverty is not just an electricity problem, it's an educational problem, an economic problem, and a development problem. So, most solutions that are in Africa try to bring electricity to people through infrastructure. But building infrastructure takes years, and we cannot wait for 10 or 20 years to get it. So we asked a different question. What if energy didn't need to stay in one place? What if energy could move with people? So at Nuru, we are building a renewable energy system embedded into everyday products. So our first product is a solar-powered school backpack designed for students in energy-poor communities. So during the day, when the students walk to school, the backpacks charge through sunlight. At night, that energy is stored and helps light for students to study. So one simple object, a school bag, becomes a portable source of clean energy. So that's our prototype. We've already made a prototype, and right now we are testing on its energy capacity, charging capability, and its comfortability. So the backpack integrates a 6.6 watt flexible solar cell, which is very lightweight, a 15 watt hour lithium ion battery, and LED lighting, allowing you to charge for studies at night, and also to charge a phone, maybe one or two phones in a day. So this replaces kerosene lamps, reducing indoor air pollution while enabling students to study safely. But energy poverty isn't the only problem. The fashion industry also produces over 92 million tons of textile waste per year. And at Nuru, we are combining renewable energy with circular designs, where our bags are uh, are produced using recycled textiles such as denim, turning fashion waste into a tool for energy access and education. So the impact is powerful. First of all, we are avoiding 0.15 tons of CO2 emissions per households while we are replacing kerosene lighting, and textile waste is diverted. And also for the social impact, 6 to 8 hours of study for students and better education outcomes, phone charging access, and cleaner indoor air. So the backpack is just but the beginning. We are planning to extend into other products. We're not just building a backpack company, we're building a distributed renewable energy system embedded into everyday mobility products. So imagine a solar market bag for vegetable vendors, solar medicine bags for rural health workers, solar delivery packs for motorcycle riders, or solar milk pouch for mothers. So instead of waiting for the electric grid to arrive, energy can travel with people who need it the most. So for our first deployment, we are focusing on NGOs and educational programs, since they already have access to these students and they can reach them easily. But over time, we also see opportunities for pay-as-you-go financing, allowing families to pay small daily installments through mobile money, similar to how solar home systems have scaled across Africa. So our team comprises of me, Preston Katiezo. I'm the founder and CEO and in charge of business strategy and circular climate systems. Bridget Onyango is a fashion and product designer in charge of the sustainable materials. And our engineer in charge of renewable energy integration is Eugene Lishenga. And currently we are partnering with an NGO called Empower Ed, where we plan to pilot our products as soon as the testing is done in Kajiado County. So together we are building not just a product, but a system that can scale. So energy poverty is one of the largest barriers to opportunities across the developing world, but solving it doesn't always require massive infrastructure. Sometimes the solution can be much simpler and take something people already carry every day and turn it into power. So at Nuru, we are not just building solar backpack, we are building a distributed renewable energy system embedded into everyday products. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Super interesting. One question for you. I know there's been a lot of attempts at sort of design for extreme affordability in solar in Africa and beyond. So I'm like very aware of like D-Light and the systems that came out of Stanford University in like 2010. Just wondering like, what is the timing innovation or the product innovation that kind of means there is a space for you in the market, or why did those early attempts fail?
Okay, so one thing we noticed is that the interventions that have been in place prior to us, like you said, daylight, there's another one in Kenya called copper sunlight. One thing that they were doing is trying to change people's behavior, like providing a new infrastructure for people to adapt to while they introducing renewable energy in these rural areas. But for us, what we are doing is that we study people's behavior. People carry bags wherever they go. So after analyzing their behavior, we're embedding renewable energy into products that they carry in on a daily basis, increasing our adoption rate. So that this is not just a bag, this is something you're carrying daily, but it also provides renewable energy to you. So it's not something that you can avoid, it's something that you're always with it. So with that, ensuring that our people adapt to our products much more. So yeah, that's mainly the difference between us and those who came prior to us.
Yeah, I also have a question. Thank you very much. I really like the idea. Question is, have you made a estimate how much it will cost? And also, in the end, who will be paying for it?
Okay, so yeah, we have made an estimate. We managed to source a few materials when we were designing our prototypes. So for like the denim, what we're using, denim in Kenya goes for about 400 Kenyan shillings. That's like $3. That's recycled denim. And then the solar cells go for about 12 to $15, depending on the type and manufacturer. And then if we add labor cost and everything, and all the initial cost, it goes to about 22 US dollars. That's if we produce in bulk. And then we are planning to sell our bags at 36 USD, mainly to these NGOs, schools, and organizations, which we are starting to, like our entry into the market. That's why we're planning to start with.
Hi, thank you for the presentation, and I really resonate what you say with sort of wanting to integrate with people's existing behavior. A question on that point to the backpack, and I get that the mobility aspect of the power that you then have is a strong argument, but how much time does this backpack stay indoors during the day versus sort of how much do you need to make sure, and how does that feature into the calculations for the customer, I guess, to ensure that they have sufficient exposure to the sun during the day?
Okay, so with what the statistic that I've given so far is as per what we've calculated with the Kenyan sunshine right now. Nairobi has a lot of sunshine, so we haven't tested in areas outside of Nairobi. So first of all, we've assumed first of all people would be like maybe outside walking up to 3 hours a day, 3 to 4 hours. That was first of our assumption. And then for the backpack, we've noticed that for it to fully charge the lithium ion battery, it can take up to 6 hours. So with 3 to 4 hours, people walking as our assumption, we see the backpack as okay, it won't fully charge the battery for 3 to 4 hours, but it would be enough to carry people throughout the night. That's like 4 to 5 hours of studying a night, which is really good. And for phone charging, it can act as a really good top up for phones charging, let's say for someone who's out like for 3 to 4 hours. But for it to fully charge the battery and for you to use it in, let's say, fully charging your phone or lighting up to 7 to 8 hours a day, you'll need like up to 6 hours full exposure in the sun during the day, as per our current testing.
Hi, Preston. Thank you. When you look at your customers, what features of the backpack you think are they most excited about? Is it sort of that they can take it along, that they can move it out of sort of theft range? Is it the like what about it is it? And sort of how would you compare the backpack to the alternatives that they have access to on those dimensions, sort of, which could be like a stationary solar and battery.
Okay, one thing about our backpacks, we've worked on reducing its weight. So first of all, it's very comfortable and lightweight. That makes it easy for you to carry. So the solar cell, it's quite thin. We went with the thin film solar cell, which is very lightweight. Then the denim will make sure that it's not that heavy, but still tough enough. So comfortability is one thing that we are pretty sure our customers would love. Then second thing, just having renewable energy on the go whenever you want, like to charge your device, or maybe at night when there's no light to uh, for lighting. This is something that people here in Kenya who experience power outages or no power really resonate with a lot. So I see those as the two features that would really increase our adoption here in Kenya.
Thank you so much for joining us. I think that's all the Q&A that we have for now. So thank you so much.
Thank you for
Wonderful
your
pitch.
time.
And up next will be Wise Cool, also joining us virtually. So let's get set up really quickly, and we'll let you know when we can see your slides. And thank you again, Preston. Great, thank you. We can see your slides. So feel free to come on camera, come off mute whenever you can, and you can start your pitch. John, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Please just give me a second. Let me share my screen.
No worries, no worries. Take your time.
Thank you so much. All right, please, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Feel free to start whenever you want.
All right, greetings and good morning from Cameroon. The memories of October 13, 2023 remain fresh in my mind. A car knocked down my mom and ran away, leaving her lifeless. I watched my mom fight for her life as blood oozed out from her fractured leg. The only health center in my community ran out of vital medications due to power outages. I felt the weight of despair as I had to travel miles to get medication to save my mom's life. Untimely delivery of medications and power outages occurring during my mom's surgery caused my mom to be handicapped till death. Jean Blaise is my name, president and founder of Y School, an innovative solution bridging the healthcare gap in Cameroon through AI and solar technology, preventing families from passing through similar pains. Did you know that 50% of vaccines get bad every year, partly due to lack of temperature control? Did you also know that 600 million Africans have to travel every day to access quality healthcare due to limited access to electricity? Some of them even die before they get to meet a doctor. And in Cameroon, my beloved country, 9,000 communities out of 13,000 do not have access to electricity according to the Ministry of Energy. Limited access to electricity restricts the ability of healthcare providers to provide vital medications such as insulins, antibiotics, and vaccines, which require strict refrigeration of 2 to 8 degrees Celsius to maintain their potency. This has led to increased healthcare costs and high mortality rates in my community. The current solutions for solving these problems, such as diesel generators, are not only expensive, but they are also environmentally unfriendly. Growing up in Cameroon, my greatest motivation had always been to become a politician. As you know, Cameroon has the oldest president in the world, and I've always wanted to be the president to change its political landscape. But my mom's predicament and the healthcare gap in my community forced me to divert from this childhood dream of becoming a politician to becoming a healthcare innovator. I started looking for sustainable solutions, and the result has been White School. White School is a solar-powered cold storage unit extending the shelf life of temperature-sensitive medications from a single day to over 365 days, ensuring continuous access to vital medications for 3,000 inhabitants of a 2 community. Equipped with Internet of Things sensors, Wesco ensures real-time tracking of temperatures, humidity, and energy consumption, enabling local healthcare providers to reduce medication spoilage by 99% and save up to 80% in energy cost. But how does this solution work? Local healthcare providers partner with the WISE, and we provide them with a customizable cold storage unit for storage of their medications. After, we grant them access to our telemedicine platform that helps to bridge the healthcare gap, preventing patients from traveling long distances to meet a doctor. And the result is reduced medication spoilage, increased healthcare outcome for rural communities, and increased profit for local healthcare providers. As of now, we are the only solution in Africa that is bridging both solar cold storage unit and telemedicine platform into a single solution. As we know, solar cold storage have been used in a lot of sectors such as the agricultural sector, but by bringing this innovation to the healthcare sector, we are not only pioneers, but we are also helping to improve healthcare outcome, contribute to environmental sustainability, and also foster local resilience. What is the significance of this innovation? As of now, our innovation is improving healthcare outcome for 3,000 inhabitants of a Quebec community. And by using solar energy, we are offsetting 62 kilograms of carbon dioxide per day, which is equivalent to 22 metric tons of carbon dioxide per annum. After installing our solution, we also train 50 youths on clean energy technologies and train them on how to use technology, clean energy to improve the societal outcomes, which contribute to a ripple effect. By scaling our innovation to 100 communities in Cameroon by 2030, we'll be improving healthcare outcomes for 1 million Cameroonians and offsetting 2,200 metric tons of carbon dioxide per annum. Our pilot market is Seminole Health Center in Educable, where we have currently installed a solution, improving healthcare outcome for 3,000 community members. Our target market is 9,000 communities in Cameroon without access to electricity. And our business model is very, very simple. We generate 30% revenue from the sale of each cold storage unit and a 20% profit from each transaction carried out from our telemedicine platform. As we are now here, we are looking to extending this solution to 10 communities in Cameroon by 2027. And that's why we're here for the MIT Climate and Energy Prize. Winning this grant will enable us to scale this solution to 10 communities in Cameroon, improving healthcare outcomes for 100,000 Cameroonians and offsetting 220 metric tons of carbon dioxide per annum. The budget is going to be used as seen on the presentation. We are also here in Moniz today because we want to win the 5,000 for the semi-finalists, which is going to help us to improve on our telemedicine platform. As we have built the cold storage unit, they see that healthcare gap, and winning this 5,000 is going to enable us to improve the healthcare outcomes by bridging the healthcare gap through telemedicine. And the 5,000 is going to be used as seen on the presentation. Investing in us is not an accident, but an opportunity. We have been able to raise 45,000 for this innovation, and we have one hospital that have tested and confirmed our solution. And as of now, we have 60 hospitals in Cameroon that are requesting for the installation of this cold storage unit in their hospital. Our innovation have also been recognized internationally. In December, we were recognized as Africa Young Talent of the Year from the most innovative startup across Africa, leveraging clean energy to improve healthcare outcomes. We have also been invited to present this innovation at the UN General Assembly 2025. We also have other accolades as seen on the presentation. So investing in us is an opportunity. Our roadmap is very, very clear from now to 2035. We have already piloted our solution. By 2027, we'll be improving and scaling this solution to 10 communities with the help of MIT Climate Prize. And by 2030, we hope to scale this solution to 100 communities in Cameroon, which is going to improve healthcare outcome for 1 million Cameroonians and offset 2,200 metric tons of carbon dioxide per annum. By 2035, we hope to go international, that is in sub-Saharan Africa. Our humble team of 5 has a combined experience of 25 years. My humble self as a project lead, a certified project manager, and our team also comprised of women who take up to 40% of our team. This fosters inclusivity and a balanced team committed to bridging the healthcare gap in Cameroon. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, in life, you can lose everything, but if you have your life, you have everything because you can always build all over again. But if you have everything in the whole wide world and you lost your life, you lost everything because you cannot build when you are dead. So join us in leveraging the potential of AI and solar technology to make sure that everyone, regardless of their background, can access the quality healthcare they deserve, powered by affordable clean energy. Let us ensure that access to quality healthcare is a basic human right and not a privilege. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to Q&A now.
Hi, thank you for a very inspiring presentation. I guess uptime is going to be very critical to ensure the viability of the medical storage. How do you ensure, do you have backup power? How will you ensure continuity of your system operations?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. Our solution has a battery storage that's capable of lasting for 3 days, even without electricity, even without sunlight. So we have a backup energy system that when there's no electricity, there is the system can still function for 3 days, even if there's a problem with the system. So we don't have a problem if there's no electricity.
Yes, I also have a question a little bit. Can you elaborate or show a diagram maybe? It looks a little bit like the surface area of the PV panel to compare to the energy you really need to, for example, charge the batteries for 3 days or cool this. Did you do studies there already, and did you test it? How much, how many PV panels you need to ensure you
Yes,
have enough power?
yes. As of now, our solution is a 5 kilowatt system, and it has the ability to operate for 3 days without electricity. That means there's always an autonomous energy which is just left in case there is no electricity. We have the pilot which is currently running now, which we just finished working together with MTN Cameroon. The support from MTN Cameroon enabled us to build our first pilot, which is working effectively. As of now, we have not had any problem with the cool storage unit.
Thank you. This looks like a very well thought out solution. Can you tell us a little bit about sort of what kind of customer interest you're seeing? So who do you expect to sell to? Can you sell basically everything that you're producing, and how do you expect to ramp up production?
All right, thank you so much. As of now, we operate with a model of Tesla. Like we provide the solution to the market, and then when people pass the demand, then we produce a solution and sell it to them. This is because every healthcare provider has their own energy needs, and we don't just provide generic solutions. So when you give us a command of what you need, then we provide a customizable cool storage for your solution. As of now, we have the Italian embassy in Cameroon that's currently working with us to improve this solution and also scale it to some communities. As we won the Race Africa Young Talent of the Year award in Italy, we came back and the embassy was very, very happy, and they want to collaborate with us to scale this solution. And also we have been reaching out to the Ministry of Energy and Ministry of Public Health in Cameroon, and they're showing signs of collaborating with us to scale this innovation to all rural communities in Cameroon.
Hey, Jean, thanks for sharing your story. Really inspiring and a really impactful solution you're building. My limited understanding of kind of healthcare provision in this type of environment is it's pretty complex. You know, you need the medicines to be available and then cooled. You need kind of local medical technicians at various levels in the field. And I saw with your first pilot, you're doing that in combination with a healthcare clinic, right? So I'm just wondering what needs to be going on around you and the Wise Cooling unit for this to work? Is this always going to be kind of in partnership with someone out in the community already, or is there some other model you're thinking of kind of in the future?
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, so after installation of our cool storage unit, the recent one, we trained 50 youths in the Tukebe community and local healthcare providers on how to operate this solution, on how to troubleshoot, and on basic maintenance. So training these youths enable them to know how the system operates, and also the training how to do like with local innovation, how to use clean energy to address local challenges. But we train local healthcare providers and youths on how to troubleshoot cool storage units, on how to produce them themselves. So if we live from the community, the youth will train themselves to be able to even build up more solutions for their communities. And if there's a problem, they can be able to troubleshoot and carry out basic maintenance. And as for us, the Y School team, we have a periodic check. We check the cool storage unit after every 3 months. Our team go there to check to see the energy consumption, to see the humidity, and to see, let me say, the power, how it is operating, the efficiency. So we are working with local communities. It's like a community-based solution that we're working with communities to make sure that it is more sustainable.
Thank you. I don't think there's further questions.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. And well done on the pitch. Thank you, Jean.
Thank you so much once again for the opportunity to participate in this program. And I want to say thank you because after the quarterfinals, you gave us a lot of insights, especially on the climate impact of our solution, which help us to show, let me say, improve on this aspect of our solution. So thank you so much for the insights you have given to us, and it has helped us to improve a lot. Thank you, and wishing you a nice day in Munich. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful. Next up will be Shop Okoa. So feel free to set up your slides, take your time, and we'll let you know when we can see them on our end.
Hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you and we can see your slides. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Calvin from Nairobi, Kenya. I am currently in my final year studying actuarial science at Kenyatta University. I'm also the founder and CEO of Shopokokoa, which is providing access to blockchain and AI-powered parametric climate insurance to smallholder farmers and SMEs in Kenya. And
Calvin, sorry, 1 second. I think it may be on your screen. There's a pop-up. Yes, if you don't mind closing that. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you.
okay, so what inspired me to come up with a solution is the story of my father. So 4 years ago, in my community, where we plant maize as a source of livelihood, as usual during the planting season, we were able to plant the maize. But unfortunately, 3 days later, the rains disappeared and the seedlings were scorched, and up to 50% of the harvest failed that season. And because my father had taken a loan from the local lender to purchase the farm inputs, he was indebted because he didn't have money to pay that loan. At the same time, during that harvest season, because there was not enough food in my community, the food prices, especially for maize, tripled. When I joined university, I asked myself, how can I leverage actuarial science and technology to come up with a solution that can help farmers in communities that depend on farming to survive? And that inspired me to come up with Shop Okoa. And Shop Okoa basically leverages AI and blockchain technology to provide climate insurance to smallholder farmers, which is accessible through mobile, web, and USSD application, serving areas that even don't have access to the internet. And one thing that actually made our product stand out is not just technology, but the fact that in the event that livelihoods of farming communities are disrupted by climate change, we're able to give them food that will last them over the entire period until the next harvest season, creating more economic opportunities even for local shops in those rural communities. And our product ranges through embedding it in their savings, microloans, and or just purchasing a standalone climate insurance cover. And our business model, because insurance is highly regulated, the school helped me to get an insurance partner whom I'm leveraging their license to underwrite the farmers that I've already piloted. And we have over 7,500 farmers that are already on our platform, which we have insured them. And we are charging them $3 per month as the insurance premium, and we're able to retain $1 as Shopokwa, and $2 goes to the premium that we are pulling, of which we leverage from those premium to make payouts. And that is where blockchain comes in. Instead of going through the traditional insurance processes, which are very tedious and sometimes farmers don't understand them, the blockchain automatically pays the farmers through smart contracts. And the beauty of it, we've integrated mobile money, so they don't have to have a bank account to access their claim. For our start, we started with smallholder farmers, but we're expanding to SMEs, informal sector workers, and also even humanitarian development agencies that are willing to sponsor some of the insurance premiums for the vulnerable communities. The market opportunity is big. We are looking at over 7.6 billion US dollars from a serviceable available market of 2.4 billion US dollars. We've been operational since 2023. Currently, we have more than 7,500 farmers, and we have also gone through the Visa Accelerator program that has helped us to improve our blockchain and fintech integration with local mobile money, so that farmers don't need a bank account to access their claim. Basically, as I said, our competitive advantage as compared to any other insurance product is that these communities, in the event they are affected by climate change, we give them a food package until the next harvest. That means that they will not go hungry. At the same time, they will not be servicing a loan that was affected because of climate change. And the beauty of it also is that we're impacting women and children, considering that 70% of smallholder farmers in my country here, they are women. So far, we've been able to raise up to 56,000 US dollars. That has helped us increase our revenue. We have a monthly turnover in premiums of over 150,000 US dollars as currently. And that has proved that our product is needed and we need support to scale it. And that's why to scale, which we are looking at a partnership with the Kenya National Farmers Federation, which will help us to provide insurance to over 1 million farmers in Kenya through that partnership. We are looking at a seed investment of 100,000 US dollars to be able to invest in our infrastructure so that we can be able to serve 1 million farmers through that partnership. The Kenya National Farmers Federation is the largest farmer federation that has over 5 million smallholder farmers in Kenya. And we want to start with 1 million through that partnership. My team, I lead the team. I have a background in actuarial science. The technical team is also strong with fellow students with a background in computer science and mathematics. And we also have a mentor who is an ex-CTO of one of the Kenya's largest betting firm, meaning he's guiding us to build a system that can serve more than 1 million customers at once. Thank you very much. I want to ask you to join me in building Africa's first climate insurance linked platform that ensures that families that are affected by climate change have continued access to food, health, and essentials during climate shocks. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Calvin. We'll move into the 8 minutes of Q&A now.
Hi, Kelvin. Thanks for the presentation. Can you talk a little bit about how you do the underwriting? Like what kind of data do you collect? How do you ensure the validity? Or basically, is there no individualized underwriting and sort of you just have large enough margins that any type of customer will be profitable?
Yes, number one, the underwriting is supported by the margins. Then number two, the technology itself. So we have built an AI actuarial model that analyzes satellite and climate data. And for climate data, we are getting it from Google GraphCast and also data from NASA. And we're able to analyze weather indexes over the past 30 years. And we're able now to come up with a price from the risk that we've determined from that weather index, whether it's drought, floods, a fire hazard, extreme heat. We're able to get that index that gives us a price in terms of risk that the farmers are facing. Currently, we've only focused on the staple food, that is maize in Kenya. But what we are doing, we are recommending farmers to adopt new crops that we can insure. And we tell them if they adopt the new crops and they don't even perform well, we can be able to still compensate because we are the ones who told them to adopt a new crop. And that is how we are doing it.
Thank you very much for an interesting concept. So you said you have several farmers already on your platform and you want to reach about 1 million. First of all, how did you already get these, I think, 80,000 on your platform, and how do you want to reach this 1 million? How do you basically do marketing and get them onto your platform?
So the first way we reached the 7,500 farmers is through a grant that we got from World Bank of that 6,000 US dollars. And the school wrote as a recommendation to a farmer cooperative in Western Kenya. The farmer cooperative has more than 50,000 farmers, but because we didn't have a big infrastructure by then, we told them we can insure 7,500 farmers. And that is how we realized that to easily market our platform, we can use organized groups of farmers, such as farmer cooperatives and smallholder farmer groups. And that is why this has informed our scalability model to reach 1 million farmers, where we'll be partnering with the Kenya National Farmers Federation that has more than 5 million organized farmers in their group. Yeah.
Thank you for that. And I guess a follow-on. Are your customers typically used to buying insurance, or is there also a sort of educational component that is important to make them understand the benefit and the implications of the product that they're buying?
So at the start of our customers didn't have any knowledge about insurance, and the uptake was actually below 3% before we introduced our platform. So for us to be able to change their mindset, we try to add a new thing on insurance, and that was food. You realize that when traditional insurance products insure them, they could only insure the loans, but they were not providing food for these communities. So for us, we told the farmers, we have this financial product that if your crops do not perform well because of drought and you harvest little, they'll give you money to have enough food until the next harvest season. And that is how we were able to change their minds. And from that day, every farmer now wanted our insurance product.
Super interesting, especially given the payout in terms of food. I haven't seen that before. Just a couple of short questions from me. Do you already have the insurance partnership in place, or are you looking to get that in place?
Currently, we have a licensed partnership with APA Insurance, which is an insurance company based in Kenya. But for us to scale beyond Kenya, we will need a stronger partner who has roots in other countries, especially emerging markets that we also want to provide them with our technology and our insurance product. Yeah.
Gotcha. No, thank you. Helpful. And then of the 7,500 customers, how many of those are already like M-Pesa users or kind of have mobile money accounts?
Actually, all of them, 100% have mobile money. And in 2025, we did a payout for the farmers that were affected by drought, and we were able to send it directly to their mobile money.
No, super good. And then on last question, another short one, just on the payout trigger, I understand you're going to be using kind of various indexes from NASA, et cetera. Just what have you modeled the payout on, right? Is there a specific amount of food production? Just kind of how is, or a specific weather event? Like what are the thresholds you're using?
So basically, in terms of the threshold, we have a threshold index. For example, we have the normal heat, and let's say in areas where heat normally is experienced, maximum normal heat is 37 degrees Celsius. The moment we hit 50 degrees Celsius, our system automatically triggers a payment from the insurance premiums, now the ones that we've collected. Then they automatically send to the M-Pesa mobile number of the customers, all the customers in that region that has been affected by that extreme heat.
Gotcha. One very quick follow-up. So is it extreme heat for what duration?
Extreme heat, we have the one that affects the planting. But if it happens when it's nearing the harvest season, we cannot pay. But between the planting, when the crops are young, until when they are mature, they are just matured, during that period, we're able to insure. Yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you. I don't think there's any further questions.
Actually, I have one follow-up. You said you will provide them food yourself, or you will provide them money to buy food? And where do they get the food then?
So the food, we leverage the local shops who already have like a coordinated supply system. So for us, we give them a food voucher in terms of money, but they can't withdraw that money. They have to go to that shop. They take whatever they want. Then we pay the shop. They get the food. And mostly it's surely processed food because normally the one they were expecting from the harvest is not there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Calvin. Great
Thank you
job on the
very much.
pitch, and appreciate you being here. Thank you. So we will now move into a panel led by Anna from Tomb Venture Labs, who will introduce our panelists, but we'll go ahead and set up these chairs.
I'm stuck. We good? Is it on? Can you guys hear me? Yeah. All right. I'm glad that you got to experience me trying to put this on. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first panel of the day. I'll just have everyone come up and join me. So we have Claudia, we have Alexander, Sebastian as well, from 3 different parts of... Yeah. Then people know who you are. Alexandra is coming from Kronos Solar. Claudia is a professor here at the University in Innovation. And Sebastian, this is fun, was here last year pitching as well. And Claudia was actually on the panel for that, or not the panel, sorry, the judge for that. Yeah, exactly. So maybe before we get started, just share maybe a little bit more with the audience who you are, what you're working on, what your focus is, so that they can hear it directly from you.
Yeah, let's do that.
for it.
This is working, right?
Yeah, sounds like it's on.
So hi everyone, I'm Sebastian. I'm a mechanical engineer and business administration guy by training, and currently working on a company that is building a new process to convert mixed municipal solid waste that today we cannot recycle into sustainable chemicals and fuels. And yeah, as was just said by Anna, we were here last year, so happy to share a little bit about the experience of also being in the grand finals in Boston back then. And yeah, happy to also share a bit about what I believe it takes to take tech and tough tech, like many of us are working on, from the lab to industry. So thanks for having me.
Of course, you also had a milestone yesterday.
Yeah, we finally spun off officially and did our incorporation yesterday.
There's a round of applause. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very cool. Claudia? You can pass the mic, yeah. Perfect.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Claudia. I'm a professor for innovation and technology management, but have a strong focus on entrepreneurship at TUM's campus in Straubing. And we also have students here from Straubing, which is very nice to see. I do a lot of research on clean tech startups, and I'm interested in understanding what helps them, first of all, survive and then grow. And then, of course, scaling is a big point of the research. I look at a lot at different funding instruments, and also public funding is very important, which I guess we will be touching upon a little bit later. Anna is one of my PhD students and also working for the Venture Labs, where I'm also the academic director for the one on climate and circular. And yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. I was on this side last year. It's also nice to be on this side this year. So frequent exchanges, and it's yeah, kudos to the MIT team for all the organization you're doing. This is really great.
Sounds like it's on.
Yeah, first of all, good morning, everybody. I'm excited to be here. My name is Alex, and I'm an entrepreneur and investor. And my special thanks go to Lars because he invited me to this startup conference, even though my first startup is 17 years ago that I started it. So it really makes me feel young today, which is fantastic. I'm really excited. So that already made my day. So I had a great day already. Yeah, I'm a guy that started out as a, you know, I studied business and eventually spent some 10 years with McKinsey & Company. So I had the basic learnings as a consultant in the US and in Germany. And in 2009, I started a company which was or is still today a renewables company, mostly focused on solar developments, and today also BESS, meaning battery storage developments. And eventually what I did is, and this is, I guess, one of the reasons why I'm on this panel is I went through the whole life cycle. So I did in 22, we sold the company to the 4th largest asset manager of renewable energies in the world, which is EDPR, which hardly anybody knows. It's Energia de Portugal Renováveis, but they have some 25 billion market cap or something like that. And I think it was, in relative terms, quite a large exit in that year in renewables as a non-asset exit. And so my contribution today for you could be to maybe take you a little bit through the life cycle of what it means to be an entrepreneur and to eventually go through the phases from thinking about something, starting something, going through the different stages of funding or not funding, and eventually selling company to the markets at some point in time. So I'm excited to be here and excited to listen to all of your questions.
And we're excited to have all of you here with us as well. So let's get started. The topic is on impact, generally speaking, and from 3 different fields, 3 different perspectives. I thought a good way to start is simply tell us what impact is to you from your perspective, from your field. What does it mean? How do you see it? How do you recognize it? How do you know you're not just keeping yourself busy doing something, but you're actually making a difference? Claudia, you want to start?
So you mean me personally or generally the role of startups?
Maybe a combination. I would definitely keep it connected to the startups as well, but also related to the research, the lens that you have.
So in terms of research, of course, I mean, the first goal of doing a research project on clean tech startups, also we have projects like the one Anna is working on, where we're looking at the environmental impact of the clean tech startups. Here, of course, let's say the impact that counts for us academics is publications, but then asking you here, probably you don't read our publications so much, right? If they're not in Nature or these type of journals. So of course, and there's an increasing recognition that this is going on and that we researchers need to do more in really doing policy briefs and writing other things, being in panels like these to really ensure that what we do, what we research on, what we write actually also finds its way into for the general public. So that's one thing where we're trying to be very strong. We've also wrote in policy briefs directly to the government, for example, to the UK government when they set up the UK area. So one of these innovation agencies with a proposal that they did not implement. But anyways, we tried to make our points from research we had done together with colleagues from Cambridge and the US on ARPA-E. And in terms of, let's say, from my daily work, I would say the larger impact actually comes through the students, where you can really guide students, give impacts, give feedback, give inputs, and then it's such a pleasure to see in these type of entrepreneurship classes that we teach in what they come up with. And there are 2 great representatives of they had a fantastic idea presented and developed and then presented as part of the groups. And I think I mean, and then inviting them here, seeing what the next stage of this of the development will be. I think this is the way that also academics, researchers, professors who teach a lot can have impact and then lead to the next generation of entrepreneurs. And probably this will not be the unicorn that you have, even though your idea is very great. But maybe it's the next or so on, right? So this is really what we're living for, what makes me passionate about my job and the work.
And also a perfect transition to Sebastian, taking the next step, being in that next stage. What about from you?
Yeah, so I would say, especially for a company like us at Valeron, impact is kind of twofold. One thing, of course, we are very strongly values driven. So it comes down to, can we actually make a change? Can we divert waste from landfilling and from incineration into better usage pathways? But because we are a company, impact also needs to be financial. So that means if we are not able to survive, if we are not able to come up with a business that essentially has not a green premium, but a green discount, then it will be very, very difficult to have lasting impact. And that's, I would say, with regards to what we do as a company, but we also view us as part of a larger ecosystem. So that's why we are also engaged in events like this, because we believe if we can build something here through, let's say, locally on the ground in the Munich ecosystem, but also through the network that we now have with TUM, with MIT, with Stanford, and so on, if we come together, then we can make it easier for people to really scale their nice tech. And what I'm seeing is that there's also a lot of synergies then happening. For example, in what we are doing, we have some downstream processing. There's other guys here at TUM that are building amazing startups, and there could be synergies in how we do this downstream processing. So I think thinking about impact more broadly is also something that people should keep in mind.
Perfect, go for it.
Yeah, I think the question around impact clearly is a philosophical one. And so what is impact to one person is not impact to the other person, right? So I think anything that I say is without prejudice to anybody, to another person's views on impact, right? But I think you touched upon one important point that for me as a person who has gone through the whole life cycle of investing and is now investing into startups and in later stage companies as well, is the financial element which you touched upon, which I think is really, really important. Because if you think about impact and if you want to get funding from these guys here and from other venture capitalists and so on and so forth, the question always is, what is what is your financial output, right? How do you create value from an investment point of view or from a market point of view? And that's a difficult one, right? And it's very often not perfectly thought through. And so I think in anything that you do, it is very important to think through the potential financial impact very early in the days, because if you have a great idea that's technologically fantastic, but it's extremely hard to sell it, or it's extremely hard to productize it, which means that then you eventually don't get VC funding, it becomes enormously difficult. But one thing that is really important to me as an entrepreneur who has spent a lot of time in infrastructure and projects related business, I want to tell the guys that are now starting, in their entrepreneurial endeavors, that looking at the VCs and the funding rounds and the A series and whatever you have can be a bit intriguing, because it's a specific ecosystem that doesn't represent renewables industries and sustainability markets. What do I mean with that? It's that these guys have a job to do. What their job is to focus on investing into companies that fit their investment criteria. And very often that has to do with recurring cash flows. It has to do with certain type of company that their investors allow them to invest into, which may be very good companies. Ideally, they should be very good companies, but they may not be the only companies out there that have a huge commercial and financially impactful potential. So very often, VC money goes into productizable businesses. It goes into cash flow, recurring cash flow style business. And even if it goes into technology, there must be the outlook that eventually it creates a productizable end game, so to speak. And if you think then of companies that have gone through this and that are now today unicorns like Flix, for example, right? You ask yourself, so how many of these guys over the last 3-4 years, at least for Germany, have really created a personal wealth of 3-digit million euros? And the answer is very few to none. Very few to none. And if you somehow are in this game of entrepreneurship and sustainability, or in other areas, because you think that part of your personal impact is to create personal wealth, then you have to ask yourself, where is this wealth being created? And there are some fantastic examples of companies that I would ask you now to raise your hand if you know them, where enormous wealth has been created that has not been funded through VCs, simply because it doesn't serve their ecosystem. So first of all, who knows the company Enerpark? All right. Nobody knows the company Enerpark. Yeah, okay, you guys from the VC. All right, this is probably a company that has never received any venture capital funding, but they are one of the hidden champions, one of the dinosaurs even, of renewable energies in Germany, and they're probably valued at above 2 billion euros. And they have zero venture capital invested. They have also not gone through significant funding round. Now they have just taken on board a significant debt of above a billion, right? But eventually these guys who founded the companies, they're close to billionaires, right? There's 3 guys, okay?
Alexander,
And,
I'm gonna
sorry,
I'm gonna catch you.
Hello.
I'm gonna catch you here.
But you get
Can we
want to come.
maybe in a sentence, can we make it concrete? What can the startups here in the room, based on the advice that you gave, which may or may not be controversial, right? Like it's worth the discussion and a whole presentation at this point. What can the startups here in the room really do? What should they keep in mind, just in one clean sentence based on that feedback?
They need to focus on financial impact in what they do strongly and from the start. And they should have the openness and the sort of breadth of opportunities coming from project-based business, infrastructure-style business, and product-style business in order to keep an open eye on what the possibilities are.
Perfect, thank you. Appreciate that. And afterwards or in the coffee break, if you have more would like to chat a little bit more about it, then I feel like there's a good opportunity for that one. Staying on this financial topic, Claudia, going to you, simply talking about barriers, about workarounds, something practical for the teams, the students in the room, what you see in your research as well. Just share a little bit from your perspective on that.
Yeah, just funding related now, right?
Yeah, let's start. And there's also like the the system perspective, kind of zooming out from this broader view?
So that, of course, VC funding is very important. There's other forms of funding as well, but we see a lot from research that, of course, whenever VCs are involved, then this helps to scale very fast. And this is also when we talk about impact, in the sense of that the companies really have an impact, in the sense they are known, the products are in the market, there's a lot of them in the market, they are growing, then this type of financing is extremely important. But what we also see, and this is where I do in parts my research on, is that for these very early stages, this very high risk technology developments, where startups coming out of universities, they are too early to be an interesting case, and that public funding actually is very important and can help bridge this gap, and then later on they become attractive for the VCs. And we have done really interesting research on the US ARPA-E as one of the innovation agencies really supporting these early stage tech developments related to energy, and also seeing how this can really help subsequent innovative activities of those startups, so that it can really help them bridge this valley of death. So that is an important funding instrument. And I'm also personally involved in one startup that just got some years ago a grant from the EU EIC, and also see the positive signs, the value in doing this. But at the same time, and this is now not so much from research, but from my practical observation, and there are some recent publications coming out in this area, what is relevant is that and this is particularly relevant for the tech companies coming out of our academic companies, academic spin-offs, that they then stay in this, we just look for research funding, we just stay in this, let's acquire the next grant, let's stay the next whatever, particularly, and I'm allowed to say this, I think when professors are involved, this becomes extremely tricky, and also then finding the way to then shifting and overcoming then the next value of death, the commercial value of death, where VCs could help, is then actually tricky. So this is something probably, I don't know, Sebastian, if you can add on to this, something something that I see and I also find very valuable to further study in the future. So public money is very important, but it's important to not just have the focus on it, and then at some point you really need to say, okay, how would this go? And if the professor is involved, it's trickier.
Yeah, maybe to add to that, and also to bring what Alex was saying into the discussion a little bit as well. As I said, from my perspective, we are not just financially driven, we are also driven with regards to climate impact and so on. So the way we think about scaling our business and our technology is we try to be fast so that we hit the climate impact, but we try to also do this sustainably from a financial perspective as well. So the way I look at things is I look at where in your tech do you still have science risk? Where do you have engineering risks? Where do you have operations risk? And where do you have business risks? And I would say, especially in Europe, it's so good, the public financing landscape, that you can focus a lot on getting rid of your science risk through essentially grants. And what do I mean by science risk? Is your tech actually doing what you're expecting from a theoretical background in your lab or in your pilot plant? If yes, great. Then engineering risk, and I think this is where the VCs then come into play. If you now want to scale this, it's very tough to do that with public money, because you will soon have discussions around what's your technology readiness level, So your, let's say, funding rate just goes down. So you need money, and I think VCs are great for that. That means, can you now get the results you saw in the lab to a larger scale? And how do you need to adapt your unit operations to do that? This is, I think, where VCs are great. And now, you also want to use VC money to start de-risking your operations. Once you hit certain number of operating hours, try to do that in such a way that you're becoming infrastructure investment ready. So you're moving away from always putting money into your top go, but rather you're building project organizations that you can then leverage with the help of, let's say, ideally even infrastructure debt and not equity. So I think having this kind of roadmap in mind really helps. And I think we are super well positioned, especially with the science part of de-risking, where I see a lot of my colleagues in the US, they are moving out of the university from a European perspective too soon, taking in VC money at a point where you could have gone a long way with grants. But yeah, I think it's just a different way of doing things.
Further perspectives on what you can leverage in Europe relative to the US or other places? You've all had experience in the US. It's relevant today with being here with an MIT event. Anyone want to pick it up and keep going?
can start from the early point. So I spent some time at the Harvard Kennedy School, so the other other large university in Cambridge. What I found, it was in 2014, 2015, what I found, and I was a lot at MIT and all these startups event and so on. What I found really striking is this entrepreneurial attitude, and we've had these discussions a lot, right? That and particularly this risk-taking appetite, and not this point of you failed and that's a problem, but no, this is you failed, what did you learn? Go on, next one. And I know that none of this is new, but still talking to the students, still experiencing this in daily life in Germany, I think this is one big issue in addition to financing parts and so on. While I agree that we're relatively good on the early side, so this point of that there's also a mentality that there is openness in failing, in trying again, in taking risks, and not being then stigmatized if it fails. And yeah, this is still a big problem, and I don't know what or how we could better implement this other than talking a lot about it, other than having such fuck up nights and all these things that exist, right? And making this in more positive connotations, and also talking to the students, being honest about the likelihood of succeeding versus failing in this context. Yeah.
Alexander, do you want to add? Do you
I
agree,
think
disagree?
I'm having difficulty commenting on, let's say, on the funding side of things with the grants, et cetera, because that's really not my cup of tea. But I think what I see as major differences, and that is probably me cheering you guys up to go out on the street and not spend so much time here, is go out with whatever you do when you're 70% ready. Don't wait till you're 90 or 95% ready, because you will find out much faster, and your learning curve will be much steeper if what you have is actually checked by guys out there who would eventually pay for this, or who would really have a first-hand experience in what you do. It's so easy to spend hours and hours polishing your slides and doing, developing what you have to the greatest possible extent, and only then to find out that you fail. And you better fail fast, because then you can do something new. So this is, I think, one thing that is, especially in Europe, we need to do more. We need to go more out and be more aggressive in our go-to-market strategies, and be ready to fail, and not be, not sit there and shit in our pants that we may not be perfect there, and hence we fail, because this is just, postponing early failure to late failure, and then you spend too much time.
I feel like it's a perfect segue for advice from your perspective. Also coming out of this prize in the semifinals, going to the finals, what was the big shock that you had, or what was a big learning you had, or advice for those here in the audience? Hey, something is different, or what's that? Is there something that they can take away and implement and make happen for these next days, hours, weeks following?
Yeah, so maybe to first say there was no huge shock, so don't be afraid, guys. I would say what I noticed, so we've also done a few other activities in the US, not just the MIT Climate Energy Prize, which is great, by the way, but we also took part in the Stanford Ecopreneurship Program. We also took part in Start2Group's German Accelerator in Silicon Valley. So based on these experiences, and now also the Breakthrough Energy Fellowship that we are taking part in, I would say big difference in the US is just the way you tell your story, the way you pitch. It's much more emotional. It's much less about facts. This bigger vision, you really need to sell that, and sell that well. And I would say that on average, the guys I met over there, they are on average much better at pitching than we are in Europe. That's just a fact. So you have to be on your A game, I would say, with regards to that. When it comes to really the technology that is behind that, the research that is behind the startups I saw and so on, I would say we are definitely on par, maybe even sometimes ahead, because we have done more work at the universities already before going out and really proving ourselves. So I would say just be confident in what you have built, and try to work on your storytelling. Make it easy to also catch people's emotions. I think that is really key.
Thank you. Any last minute advice, recommendations from the round before? I think a Q&A would also be nice, so that the questions that you guys have, what is most relevant to you, that you can ask it, that you have this opportunity. But before we do the Q&A, any last minute takeaways, comments you'd like to share? Are you guys good?
Yeah,
all right.
I think I just did so.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why. And you did before that, so on that hand. All right. Any questions from the audience? Any specific feedback? You have 3 different perspectives here, 3 different completely different opportunities. There's a coffee break after this, but one question, we can do it. I'll wait. Yeah, go for it. Hold on. Wait. But online. Yeah.
Well, thank you for joining us today. It was a great panel. My question for you is around the financing of first of a kind. So you talked about gaining infrastructure financing, but for hard tech, how do you see the capital stack today if you're proving that first of a kind? So you still have engineering risk given that your scale has changed for processes that aren't repeatable and modular like renewables. I'm wondering, yeah, how you guys see that landscape today.
Yeah, so I would say first of a kind is still the most difficult territory, 100%. People are trying to kind of come up with certain funding instruments that could fit in there nicely, but to be honest, no one wants to take that risk, and that is just the reality. So the way that we are looking at this is essentially we probably will try to go for a mixture of grants and VC financing to do that. And the dream which we are currently working towards is to essentially not being the owner of that plant. So we are building strong industry partnerships. And for our tech, and I think for many of our, what I call, or what other people are called, like tough tech technologies, it's not just about setting up a great system, it's about running this system in a great way. So what we want is, we want to be builders of technology. We also want to be operators of technology to really have that feedback loop into tech development. But we don't necessarily want to be the owner, and don't necessarily for a first of a kind or first plants need to be the ones really profiting from the operations profits of such a plant. So that is something we are trying to set up. Let's see if that will work. I don't know. But yeah, first of a kind is the challenge.
And there's no silver bullet to it. Clearly, it's so difficult, and it very often it requires stupidity and braveness at the same time. So when I started my company in 2009, I took my 10 years worth of savings from working at McKinsey & Company and put it into making it happen. And it didn't feel always right, because this was the year when my first son was born as well, and you kind of feel you want to raise a family and you want to get things going the normal way, you know. And it's tough, but sometimes if there's no funding out there, also you have to pick your battles somehow. What I mean with that is that if you give away too much equity too early, chances of eventually making it commercially is quite low. So you have to really think it through. And one question therefore is access at all. And as I say, no silver bullet to it. And the second one is, commercial impact from your first, because the most important decisions you make in the very beginnings, that's quite clearly. It starts with, how you hold the shares in your company from a tax perspective, how you raise money, how much you can do through project-based funding on SPVs that eventually are substacks to your holdco, and so on and so forth. So it really matters, and I really hope that with this fantastic, ecosystem that you have here, which most of the older entrepreneurs didn't have when they started their business. I think and I hope that you have all that support that gives you the opportunity to learn about the right choices to be made in the beginning. So fingers crossed to all of you. I think you'll be doing great, and you have absolutely no excuse to not do it, because this is a great environment here, and this is a great team that you're working with here. So go for it. It's super cool. Super cool.
I'll let you have the last word. Wonderful. Then thank you, the three of you, for being here. Thank you for sharing your insights. A round of applause for our speakers. And and I believe what's next is a coffee break at this point. So maybe a little bit of caffeine won't hurt. And the view or the weather today is absolutely beautiful, which means you'll have a great view of the mountains upstairs.
Thank you.
Exactly. So
we'll come back at 11:15. So you'll get 15 minutes. The coffee break is upstairs on the fourth floor. So you can take the stairs or elevator. We'll see you there.
1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Bla 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 bla.
Okay. And I can still do stuff on my computer. Yes. Cool. Like it doesn't share my screen or something. It should. I don't know how to use that. What do you need? Well, now it's doing something funky. Hi, everyone. If you could please take your seats, we're going to go ahead and get started in a minute.
You want me to stand like right here and
Yeah. I'll introduce you.
yeah, this is what I'm thinking. You it look great.
Hi, everyone. If you could please take your seats, we're going to go ahead. We just heard it again. We heard my voice come through here. Like the live stream is playing the voice. Like 10 seconds delay. There's sound coming out of this computer. I don't know. Is it? Yeah. Oh, okay. Thank God. I was like, I don't want to hear myself. The sound was coming out of there, and I was worried it was feedbacking. Okay, everyone, if you could please take your seats. Thank you. And we'll be back up there for lunch a little bit later. We can talk more. But now for our second block of startups, we're going to go ahead and get started with Atom H2.
Picture this.
One ordinary morning, the trains stop, phones go dead, and hospitals scramble for power. That's exactly what happens a few months ago in Europe. The 28th of April 2025, a major blackout plunged hundreds of thousands into darkness, exposing how fragile our infrastructure really is. And the truth is, there's a huge mismatch between the way that the renewables are generated and what the population consumes. So after investing billions in renewables, when the grid fails, clean energy disappears. And the only backup, diesel generators, expensive, unreliable, and highly polluting. For a single telecom tower, diesel backup means more than 160 tons and 60,000 euros of cost in over 10 years and more than 140 tons of CO2 emissions. Multiply that by thousands of towers, hospitals, and critical sites, and the problem becomes structural. Every blackout proves the same point. The weakest link on the energy transition is backup power. And that's why we have taken action and we created Atom, a hybrid renewable energy system that makes diesel obsolete. Solar for daily generation, lithium batteries for everyday use, and our proprietary solid-state hydrogen for long-duration backup. Our breakthrough is transforming hydrogen storage from pressurized gas challenge into materials engineering solution. Instead of compressing hydrogen in tanks, we store it in advanced metal hydride. This hydrogen is absorbed in the materials structure in solid form. This enables low pressure, high density, and turns hydrogen into a stable and controllable energy carrier. Combined with our patented thermal management and control architecture, this allows hydrogen to be released safely and on demand. The result is fast response, multi-day autonomy, and cuts up to 70% operation cost, with water as the only byproduct. The market is huge. Global energy storage represents more than $267 billion. Focusing initially on low power consumption with portable diesel generators, with multiple sectors on our technology could be implemented, such as hospitals, construction, small data centers, defense, and stationary satellites. And of course, our initial focus, telecom towers, with a market size of $1.2 billion. Backup power today is covered by three options. Diesel, which depends on refueling logistics. Battery-only systems, too expensive to oversize for many days. And high-pressure hydrogen, with expensive compression systems. Compared to all the available options, Atom-H2 stands out by combining daily efficiency with long-duration resilience, guaranteeing scalable and safe on-demand power, for many days. And this is already real. We are at Tier 7 with paid pilots, with Estaban A, a power utility, with Duaneticidad as a critical backup in the Middle East, dual use with the Spanish Air Force and NATO, and with Cellnex, Europe's largest telecom operator, with whom we have signed 10 years, 300,000 euros contract following the successful pilot. We also have signed LOIs with Vantage Towers from Vodafone Group, Hispasat, and other operators preparing for rollouts. We are directed towards B2B with a dual flexible business model, direct sales of the solution, and ESAS, Energy Storage as a Service, with an annual recurring revenue from maintenance. This ensures a return on investment for the client from 5 to 6 years, making it both attractive and sustainable. At Atom-H2, we count with a multidisciplinary founding team, chemical engineers, software developers, industrial designers, and experts in business, with more than 5 years of experience on the hydrogen and energy market. And also count with a high-level advisory board with years of experience leading multinational companies and startup exits. Now we are ready to take things to the next level. Our expansion roadmap is clear. Phase 1, initial rollouts in Spain. Phase 2, scale to the neighboring European countries and the GCCs. Phase 3, expansion to the US market. This trajectory will lead us to more than 790 cumulated units, 24 million in revenue, and 6.2 million EBITDA by 2030, reducing more than 97,000 tons of CO2 emissions. We are not right. We are right now raising a 1.2 million seed round to launch to market and complete our B2 system, converting this traction into repeatable commercial deployments. The MIT Climate and Energy Prize will accelerate us, giving us the credibility and visibility needed in front of our clients and investors. For Atom H2, this prize is not symbolic. It's the bridge between pilot to a scale. When we on our meeting with the MIT Energy Initiative, we confirm strongly alignments and clear collaboration of making a pilot with the MIT and American Towers. So if you believe in the value that Atom can bring you and your business, we invite you to follow us, join us, and invest in us. Atom, we give you the power of change. Thank you.
Thank you. Great presentation. And I think a very sort of pressing issue, sort of this backup power topic. My question is, so how many hours a year do you expect the hydrogen having to kick in? Because sort of what I think we see in practice is that usually the hydrogen supply chain is super complicated. There's a big rat tail of complexity and cost that it entails. And so if you can get to 95% or so with just the batteries, then is it really worth all the hassle to get rid of the last 5% or so of emissions, or sort of would there be a cheaper solution?
So thank you very much for the question. So right now we're having first-hand experience with this. We're working with Telnex, which is Europe's largest telecom. And this is kind of sad because we got the blackout and everybody couldn't communicate, but it was great marketing for us because we were actually installed at one of their sites during this event. So basically what they told us is that right now in critical sites where there is ambulance, police services, they can't rely only on batteries because right now they always have panels, batteries, and also diesel generators. And here the proposal that we're giving them is that they maintain the batteries if they already have some. We have them integrated into our system, but what it really allows them to actually get rid of the diesel generators is the hydrogen, because then you have the batteries that go on in one end, and then it would be the fuel cell that would be acting as a diesel generator. And regarding the question of how much it actually comes into play, we've done various simulations, and we saw that around 30% of the year would be having to cover it with the hydrogen. And in this case, especially for backup, something that was super interesting is that as it can be generated on site, you don't have to transport the fuel to the hundreds of thousands of sites that they have. So here we're seeing a very big win in terms of the operational cost reduction, not only the sustainability, because they had already done a pilot test with an Israel company, which is called Gencel, and the report after the 20 slides was, okay, technically it works, but our real challenge is, okay, we want to be more sustainable, but we're measuring it in euros as well. So here our answer was, we're going to be able to give this to you, but also from an economical standpoint.
Sorry, can you explain how do you not have to deliver to the hundreds of thousands of sites?
So basically, right now, what we are offering these sites is a containerized solution. And right now, what they usually have are solar panels, batteries, and the diesel generators. And what we're basically proposing is switching these diesel generators with our hybrid system. And right now, we're working with Idnea, which is our manufacturing partner in Barcelona. They work for big companies like Hewlett-Packard and Grifols, etc. And basically, they have guaranteed us the availability of produce more than 100 units per year. And actually, once we were trying to choose them to be able to accompany us, we had like scouting of 5 different options. They were the most expensive at the beginning, but we saw that they could accompany us along the scaling procedures. And after the pilot with Telnex, now they're buying 7 additional units for this initial start of the year.
Yeah, also maybe a follow-on question. I still don't understand why they want batteries and a second backup. And the second question maybe is also understanding, right? Do you, let's say, use the fuel cells also to generate basically the hydrogen, or do you fill it up front with hydrogen and then use it, as you say, and then you need the transport?
So answering why they also want the hydrogen, basically once we were speaking to their operations team, they don't want to rely on one only technology. So they're not completely removing the diesel generator.
But why?
Because of the reliability, but I think
Yeah, and also batteries. What they want to do, the point that the diesel generator reports is that when you have diesel, you have a molecule inside the tank, so you can have energy through the time that you want. The problem with the batteries is that you have many accidents on the summer, for example. You want to store it on the battery, but this battery are going to be discharged. So you have to oversize your system, and it's very expensive. So that's the point with the diesel. You can get energy and store it for long periods of time. What we're going to do with hydrogen is generate this hydrogen, and this is going to answer your second question as well. We are going to generate this hydrogen where there's a lot of excess renewable. This hydrogen is going to be stored in this summer, and we are going to transport it through the periods of time where the energy is needed and the batteries gets discharged. That's why we have to combine, and also why they combine batteries with diesel. We are going to combine batteries with hydrogen in order to cover this situation.
You had some analysis on the competitiveness versus diesel generators from a cost perspective. Can you walk us through that and any sort of the key assumptions around you guys are scaling? I assume there's some economies of scale on your end, and yeah, the main things we need to believe in for that parity to be true.
Great. So we actually did a discounted cash flow with one of our customers, and we saw that for a 2 kilowatt tower, so the same that would be consuming a fridge in one of our houses, they paid between 180 to 200,000 during 10 years. And it's true that our system in CapEx it's slightly higher, so we sell our systems for around 120 to 140,000. But in terms of operating costs, we can reduce it up to 70% because we don't have to transport the diesel. And so from this discounted cash flow, we saw that they got a return on investment in 6 years, and the total cost of ownership during the contracts, which are signed for 10 years, they had a reduction of around 35% in the total cost of ownership of the system.
One question on the commercial side. Congrats on Cellnex. Can you give a bit more detail on what that pilot is, or if that's now in the contractual phase? Just sort of interested in the commercial status.
Of course. So we did, as I was mentioning, the pilot last year in April. And after the following pilot, we gave them a report regarding the KPIs that we had accorded. And right now we're in the process of signing an initial contract to be able to implement 6 additional units. And some of these towers are going to be completely off-grid, so we're going to have to give energy 24/7. And some of them we're also working with the Interior Ministry in Spain for the critical backups of police services.
Can you walk us through a little bit? I saw you have some I think maintenance charge that you charge a customer. Sort of in practice, what's the division of labor between you and a customer look like? Who's in charge of what? Who refills the tanks and so on?
So in terms of maintenance, we tend to do 3-way agreements. This is how we are actually structuring it with Telnex. So basically, once we did the installation, we did it with Adetel, which is their current maintenance partner. So basically, we are in charge of selling, if it's the direct sales approach, of selling them the system. And in this case, we have this agreement with the current maintenance partner. And they're in charge, for example, you have to obligatory go at least once per year per site to make sure everything is running smoothly. So in this occasion, the only thing that we would bring to the site is additional distilled water in case there is any loss. However, it is closed loop, so it would just have to be for topping up. And then in case, for example, of prolonged periods of not having hydrogen, we're also partnering with Air Products in case there is the need of any hydrogen refills. This is on the direct sales approach. But then there is also right now tendencies to work as energy storage as a service. And in this case, we're offering them 80% maintenance remotely. And for the on-site of the initial units, we'll be working combining with Adetel and ourselves, depending on the criticality of what has to actually be attended on-site.
Do we have time for one more question? Could you do, how big could you do this? Could you go beyond sort of generator scale all the way to utility, or how do you see the scaling?
This is a very good question because we were actually discussing this last week at the Mobile World Congress, especially because we got approached by Repsol, the energy utility. And basically what we're seeing is right now as our go-to-market, we're tackling the telecom sector because we see that it's a segment that apart from the sustainability, it's giving us the advantage that we're actually economically viable. And for us, when they ask us what has been the hardest thing till the moment, it's probably been having found the product market fit. But it's true that apart from this, we see various different segments where our system can be implemented. We're already working on dual use. We've been accepted into the NATO Diana accelerator, so we're also seeing the implementation of this for defense communication purposes, as well as we're applying for the European Space Agency grant to kind of equal the private investment that we're raising, because it can also be applied in satellite base stations. And then regarding future iterations, our aim is basically to be able to increase the power output of the system. So right now it's between 5 to 10 kilowatts, which is the typical range of the telecom towers, but we want to be able to scale it to be able to give energy to hospitals and small data centers. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up is Biolope.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, great. Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Julia. My co-founder Nicholas also here today. He will join for Q&A session. And I'm presenting Biolope, urban resilience through 3D printed building envelopes. So urban heat island effect, that's probably something that impacts all of our lives. You know, this ticking feeling during the summer where you cannot really work or move around the city because it's too hot. And up to 70% of the world population might enjoy this by 2050 because we all will be living in the cities. However, it not only the feeling, but it also impacts our health. By each additional degree of Celsius, it increases the mortality rate up to 4%. And it also increases the costs. In the US alone, you have up to 400 million additional costs for energy and for health-related issues that are coming from the overheating. And the picture above is probably well known for all of us here, that depicts how the temperature rises, which also goes hand in hand with this urban heat island effect. However, the picture below is not less important. It shows that the biodiversity loss occurs on the same rate as the temperature rises. And for our urban resilience, both is important, to tackle the climate change and to tackle the biodiversity loss, to make our urban ecosystem resilient and to sustain climate change. And good news, nature has some solution. Maybe someone want to guess how do cactuses in the desert solve this? Any ideas? No. So that's actually very simple because the cactuses have this folded shape, right? And this shape creates this self-shading effect, and then the self-cooling occurs just with this simple geometry. So we can learn from cactuses, and that's actually what we do. And we came up with the solution that we will 3D print building envelope that will self-shade and therefore self-cool the building. And also to tackle the biodiversity loss, we will integrate the nesting facilities inside in this building envelope in a very smart and ecology-backed way. We have a pending patent for the scalable 3D printing technology with clay. So probably heard about 3D printing of the buildings, but most of the cases you heard about is concrete. Clay is way more sustainable. First of all, it's locally sourced in almost all of the continent, so it's cheaper and it's very abundant. Second, it doesn't emit any CO2 during its lifespan, which is actually very long, more than 100 years. And third, during the production, you also have way less CO2 emissions comparison to concrete. And also very important, after the lifespan, you can fully recycle this. So basically win-win situation. And we already use 40% of recycled material in our production. And we already built our first real scale prototype. We teamed up with the city of Munich and we built 12 square meters last year. So you can see this optimized surface, which is based on the climate data for this specific site. So you can print the element that will be exactly as much material and as much shading as you need at this specific place. And then we integrated these nesting facilities. We also had a professional facade builders to assemble this facade, because one of the unique selling point of our product in comparison to other 3D printing elements, that you can plug them into the standard facade system. That means that our customers do not need to do any extra efforts to build with our product. They just can build or integrate them into the existing projects. And even better news, we measured climate impact for the first time last summer, and we verified that our customized site-specific geometry actually cooled the environment as we expected, as you can see here very well. On blue wall is our wall, and red wall is the normal concrete wall that you see everywhere. And yeah, imagine the whole city would be that cool. We are still doing the profound studies on how it will impact the energy saving. However, we expect it to be up to 26% of energy saving in comparison to the flat unventilated surface. And biodiversity impact, our digital software enables us to target site-specific species, which is backed by the biodiversity database. So that means that additionally to the self-cooling, we can target the species that are necessary for the resilience of this particular urban environment. And of course, 3D printing, the design that we showed is only one of the possibilities, which is also important for our clients, that we could be unique across buildings and to gain the same impact with unique geometries. And also, I think a unique selling point for us is that we could be used both for new buildings and retrofitting, so then our clients can reach more with less, basically less efforts. Our business model is based on two revenue streams. First, we have an online planning software where our clients can upload their building and with the location of the building, see how they can plan for biodiversity, see where they have overheating. This tool we want to give our customers when they want to buy the facades from us, but also as an additional revenue stream, we are implying it as B2G models, so the cities or the municipalities to help with day planning even without our product. And the main revenue stream is B2B model, printing on demand of the facade modules that will help our customers to gain their ESG goals. Our go-to-market strategy. So our beachhead market is Germany's impact real estate pool. We can capture about 5% of it, which will be already 230 millions. However, the potential in Europe for that is huge. For the bottom-up approach, we calculated our production capacity, which will be already with the current state of technology around 900 square meters in the first year. However, alone in Germany, we could cover up to 70 million square meters. The potential is like that. And we conducted in the last month more than 20 customer discovery interviews, and beachhead market we address with the product I show that addresses biodiversity and urban heat island effect for our clients that are impact-driven real estate developers and commercial real estate owners. However, for the market expansion, we are looking even for the bigger market to scale into the product that will address insulation problems as well. So with our product, the clients could cover the whole renovation problem. We also have secured great industry partners. So basically our technology could be built into existing production process or production infrastructure. For the material preparation and raw material selection, material preparation, we have industry partner Georg und Schneider, which is in the Western Germany, who could prepare material for us. Then we overtake the printing itself, our strength and our patented technology. And the last step of the process are overtaken by our industry partner Tonality, who are the producers of ceramic facades. And basically that allows us to scale up quicker and with less budget. Core team is me. I'm in my last year of the PhD, and Biolob is the spin-off out of my doctoral research. Nicholas in his last year of master's and also has actual technological background, but now switching into business and economics of our process. We are finalizing onboarding our third co-founder to even expand our technology development, who is mechanical engineer. We have great advisors from the side of robotics, ecology, economics, and we are partnering up with German cities who are helping us, for example, with certification in the city of Ingolstadt and the city of Munich. Our roadmap, last year, as I said, we built our first proof of concept prototype, conducted product market fit and customers interview. We are finalizing now our patent, and we are signing the first paid pilot project of around 100 square meters. So MIT price would be actually just on time for us, because that will help us to gain like small facility to build our first pilot project and to invest into the product certification, which will be partially covered by the city of Munich and partially by the price, hopefully. And next year we are planning to realize this pilot project and then seek for the investment to actually scale up the technology and go to market fully. Beyond the MIT prize, we are looking for further paid pilot projects. We are looking for city and government for collaboration. And to scale up technology next year, we are looking for the pre-seed investment or seed investment for 1.2 million. Yeah, let's build resilient urban future together.
Thanks very Thank you for the presentation, and definitely appreciate the value prop to the customers in terms of the energy savings. On the other hand, I imagine there might be some maintenance costs, especially thinking about the nesting facilities and so on. Can you explain to us the sort of totality of the economics for the customer on those two angles?
Sure. So we're both coming from architectural background, and we had industry experience more than 5 years. So I'm very knowledgeable with the customer and the impact. Real estate owners, they're looking into maintenance costs for sure, but usually our solution is compared, for example, with green facades, and they're great, but they need even more maintenance. You need to water, you need to make sure that plants are alive. For the nesting, it's actually not that bad. You just need to clean it up one time per year, or sometimes even one time per 3 years, depending on the species. Also, some species even self-cleaning. So it's actually a good compromise, because you don't need to do any additional, like much additional work, let's say. And the ceramic itself is very durable, so you don't need to do much as well.
Yeah, taking it a step further, we heard that it's good to have actually a green discount and not only a green premium. So my question is, if you go from impact real estate owners to, let's say, the classical economical real estate owners, will there be a point where you really have a positive ROI investing in your solution really will offset, let's say, or be better than savings you achieve?
Yeah, for sure. This is a good point. We think about the impact a lot, and right now we think already 25% per year we can save energy already. So this would be like in 4 years, it would be already worth it for investors to put it on their building. So yeah.
So you say you have an ROI or payback period of 4
Yeah, 4
years.
or 5 years probably. But this is a hypothesis right now. We are already we see the impact on the climate impact for the vicinity. So the self-shading is a big impact for the urban environment, but the impact for the building itself inside, we are hypothesizing right now, but we are testing on the next paid pilot project, but it will probably be like 25% of energy savings. Yeah.
But how much does yours cost then? I mean, how much
it's
does
very competitive. Like our facade is in pricing very competitive to normal facades. Green facades are like €1,000 per square meters, and we might be like 600. So we are totally compatible. Yeah.
Yeah, but if I don't have a facade at all, and I put up your facade, when does it pay back?
You mean like a retrofit?
Yeah, like you have here, like exactly. I mean, again, the large market will be if you can retrofit existing buildings, right? Not saying people that have a green facade, but is there eventually a point where you can say, okay, this costs so much, and just do nothing, and then I invest in your facade, and after several years, it has been paid back?
Yeah, that's actually a great question, but it will cost anyways more if you don't retrofit with the energy cost now in Germany, because of course we are like focusing on self-shading, but if you don't retrofit, it depends on how old is your building, but probably, yeah, as Niklas said, probably in 4 years you will already have the payback.
Okay, great. Just wondering a little bit about, you said you're partnered with a current like ceramic facade producer. Just give me like a little bit of the dynamics of their business. You know, what's their like turnover? You know, were they local? Are they national? Are they multinational? Just what does that partner look like?
So our partners, Tonality, the ceramic facades, which are doing the production with the standard extrusion. This is when you have, instead of like printing nozzle, you have your nozzle in the particular shape and you extrude your material through that. So they are a bit limited in terms of different shapes they can produce. So the partnership is actually win-win for both of us, because they have now more and more inquiries about a bit more complicated facade or functional facade, and that's how we can like cover it, not for them, but maybe integrate some flat facade together with our 3D printed facade. And they're based in Germany, in the Western Germany. However, they are actually delivering all over the world, and I think a lot in North America as well, because I think more about how the market is there, that you pay once for durability and you don't have regulations that you need to exchange it. So, yeah.
And you know what their like top line revenue number is?
You mean what are they priced for the facade?
Yeah, just how much money does that company make per year?
I'm not sure I can tell. Yeah.
As investors, we always spend a lot of time sort of figuring out how can you decarbonize heating, cooling, all this stuff. So I like these passive solutions, which just reduce the need to begin with. I think historically they've been a bit difficult to make big or to make proper large businesses out of them. I think some of the reasons is that it's very physically involved, it's low margins, but it's also so that a lot of them require behavioral change. And sort of how much customer discovery have you done in terms of sort of what do, I think it's architects, I suppose you're selling to, what do they need to adopt this at scale? Is there sort of some certification that you need to get done and so on?
Certification is a big point, but actually the thing is, the built environment is kind of like a pocket that is very resistant to innovation, because there's always a lot of risk involved. But what we felt with the customers or the potential customers we talked to, like everybody likes it, but there's not that many people that want to be like the first to do it. So the idea is very relevant, and people already, cities talk about corridors of biodiversity. So there is a big market pull. I think in Scotland, there's actually been a law passed in the last month that it is mandatory to put biodiversity in their facades. So to give all these vertical surfaces a function is a very common idea, and it is already talked about a lot in the built environment, but there aren't those solutions yet out there. I think we fit there perfectly. Also, I think because we fit already in these existing pipelines, the step to put our facade on the building is not that big, because we already work with the standard facade systems and we can just put it in. It's just plug and play. So I guess that the problem is more to get into the market and have like first customers. And then when we are out there, I don't think there's any problem with it. Yeah.
No, just super quick. So Tonality has about 10 million revenue and is like a wholly owned subsidiary, according to my AI, which may be true or maybe not.
Yeah.
So it just seems like this market space might be, you know, slightly limited if you're trying to talk to like classical venture capitalists. So it's like, well, how do you break out of that and make very big companies within that space is kind of the question that I would love to talk on.
No,
I don't think we have time now, maybe, but afterwards, I'd love to hear it.
A great point, because of course, like this business model is not like the most scalable. It's about impact. It's not that much about economic, of course, about economic value, but it's not that like you can have a venture capitalist in there and get like a 10x exit in next year. So of course, for funding, we try to get it bootstrapped, but yeah, we're also applying for Exist-Forschungstransfer next year. But the business case is very scalable and also very healthy growing, I think. So if we have like initial investment and have our own facility, like it's all robotically fabricated, so I think there's like a very realistic growing factor. Yeah.
Maybe very quickly, that's why we're also looking at how to expand the product functionality with the same technology. Yeah, but we can talk also after.
Thank you. Next up is Gracity.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. Very excited to be here. My name is Rodrigo Gil. I'm a climate researcher and co-founder at Gracity. And I would like to start just by thanking everyone for being here, and especially the MIT, for this incredible opportunity and the incredible logistics to make it run as smoothly, as well as our esteemed panel of judges just for lending us their valuable time, the rest of our startups here, and the team for hosting this event. Our project at Gracity starts with a question. What if every green asset in a city had a real-time climate passport? Picture this. By the year 2050, around 70 to 80% of the global population will live in cities, urban areas that are increasingly exposed to heat waves, floods, and pollution. This is precisely why urban green infrastructure is becoming a key pillar in the fight against climate change, making our cities more resilient and more adaptable. But there's a problem. There is no current standard to measure their climate impact. Every year, hundreds of billions are poured into urban green spaces, but less than 10% of all of that is actually verified. New regulations emerging, such as the EU CSRD, ISSB global standards, or US climate disclosure regulations, are now demanding proof. Cities must prove climate resilience, companies must prove ESG performance, and banks and insurers must prove climate risk reduction. Gracity, there are three forces converging right now. On the first hand, climate disclosure becoming mandatory. On the second, rising physical climate risk. And finally, capital being increasingly tied to verified performance. The first company to set the standard wins the market, and Gracity is currently building that standard. Gracity is a climate intelligence platform offering IoT sensors, satellite data, and AI-driven climate models to monitor urban spaces and their performance climate-wise. We combine IoT sensors, AI, and climate data in our proprietary MRV engine to measure their climate impact. We provide information where others simply cannot see. With this, we deliver proof of temperature reduction, heat days avoided, and CSRD-compliant evidence facts. This turns green assets into finance-grade climate risk buffers. Three actors need this data urgently. First, municipalities and cities that need it to access bigger funding opportunities and tenders. Secondly, companies to comply with CSRD and the like. And finally, banks and insurers to reduce climate capital cost. This, in turn, generates a self-reinforcing cycle whereby verified information leads to financing opportunities that then leads to more green urban areas to be measured and financed. The total addressable market is estimated at 50 billion euros between 2025 and 2030 in the MRV department, and Spain alone is 500 to 600 million. And the good thing is we're already live. Here, we can see two of our sensors in a vertical orchard, along with a control area that cannot be seen in this image. This is a part of a 6-month running pilot that we run with the City Council in Madrid at the Center for Innovation and Circular Economy, where our sensors measure soil moisture, temperature, humidity, solar radiation, and microbiodiversity, among many others. We currently have several projects in the pipeline: a city urban forest, a municipality, a school, and a billboard company interested in turning over 50 billboards into vertical gardens. We also have over 20 expressions of interest, proving that market demand is real. Our target for 2026 is reaching 50,000 euros in ARR, and by 2027, we expect to unlock over 340,000 in annual recurring revenue. Here's why our competitors can't do this. Satellite companies, for one, provide information that is often too coarse. Here, we're going to see a brief clip of how our platform works.
There's no sound. Can we connect?
It's okay, it's okay. Here we can see how the platform works and how customizable the areas with sensors are. Here we can select the time frame as well as the temperature modeling scenarios. With this, our interactive dashboard shows the different variables that we calculate for the different presets, as well as the evidence, risk outlook, finance, visual, and verification scenarios.
Okay.
Our project has two main revenue streams. First, we charge partner certifications fees between 5,000 and 10,000 euros per partner with 65% margins. And we also charge for our SaaS MRV licenses between 5,000 to 20,000 a year with 80% margins, making Gracity a scalable SaaS platform. Gracity is the only platform right now that combines IoT sensors, satellite data, and AI to prove climate action in urban green spaces. Satellite Earth observation companies, for instance, lack the granularity that we provide. Sensor companies can provide real-time data, but they often lack in the ecosystemic environmental verification department. ESG platforms and smart city platforms are often very infrastructure-oriented, and they lack the actual measurable units that we provide. Our team is a mode. Yajaira, our CEO, is a master at strategy and partnerships. Alejandro Delgado is our data engineer, an expert in data infrastructure and architecture, giving us the ground support we need. Jose Juan Sanchez, our CMO, is an expert in scale-up growth, giving us the market push that we so need. And then I lead the research department and climate indicators, making sure that Gracity serves the right purpose, ensuring that green areas in cities are the key pillar of adaptability. Here's our roadmap for the future. By 2026, we expect to finalize evidence pack number 1 and to make functional pilots in Spain and Portugal. We expect to have 6 paying clients and 50,000 euros in annual recurring revenue. And by 2027, we expect to expand internationally, mainly Portugal and the US. Here, we want to incorporate more cities and more pilots into our data processing engine and expand our bionode sensor detectors, which are devices for measuring microbiodiversity. By 2028 and 2029, we plan to become the European standard for urban green space MRV reporting. The MIT Climate and Energy Prize is an incredible opportunity, as I said, for an organization as ours, focused on driving sustainability from the scientific side. With this $100,000 prize, we will finalize our multi-hazard evidence pack and will secure 3 to 5 lighthouse projects internationally. Climate resilience cannot be financed unless it can be measured. That is our motto. Gracity is the only player right now in this market that makes environmental resilience in cities measurable, verifiable, and financeable. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the presentation. Just for transparency, I was VP of product at Planet Labs for about 5 years. For those that don't know what Planet Labs is, it's a very large constellation of super small spacecraft, 3 form factors, near infrared, visual, so RGB, and now synthetic aperture radar capabilities. So I was just looking at your kind of input list. I saw Planet Labs is one of them. So just what are you doing on the sensor side that is kind of differentiated from sort of like these global data sets now available from players like Planet Labs?
Yes, so far what we identified is that natural urban areas, they tend to be out of the control of satellites, especially because of the capacity of satellite pixels to cover the area. And that's why we're adding sensors, apart from some other layers such as microbiodiversity that we can only spot it in place. So that's why we know there are climate models. We're researchers, we rely on them. But in the end, when we're trying to implement solutions, we miss the impact. And in the end, we want those small solutions to multiply. So that's why we're also focusing on those small, less than 100-meter areas.
So just the sensor, what was it measuring?
We have sensors measuring air quality, temperature, humidity, solar radiation. We have a whole meteorological tower that is, it depends, we can play with the sensors, but in this place, we place also the tower, and it has rain, wind speed, and yeah, so far. And we're also testing the microbiodiversity sensor.
I guess people don't measure unless they have to, right? And then when they choose a measuring solution, they want to get the solution that's accurate enough and then as cheap as possible, right?
Yes.
Can you give us a sense of what the specific regulations are that sort of get your clients to adopt the solution, and what kind of accuracy requirements they have?
Okay, what we identified, because we all know there are like global objectives, the SDGs, for example, and it's true that when they are divided, it tends to be difficult to know who has to comply with what. In the end, most like governments, large companies, they have to comply with this regulation, and that is why they need the verifiable data. That is what is a tendency at the moment. Also, the crisis is kind of pushing the market to like be sure about what is being done. So that is why they need that data. It's true that it's because of the money. They can have good intentions or not have them, but still they need the data. They need to comply. So yeah, that's what is pushing them to.
SDGs, or what's the regulation?
The SDGs are really the global objectives, and then each nation, they have to take the SDGs, do their plans, their national plans, then their national plans have to go local, then the locals have to see who's impacting there, companies are working in the area, they have to comply. Yes, so it's the whole structure that is affecting even society. Sometimes their actions, no, like we can see with mobility, how they behave, they have to change, or we have to provide the means in order for them to change their behavior. And in the end, that's a reason, like everyone is trying to do the right thing, and then they have to show it.
Thanks. And I guess beyond the immediate clients that you have that are using this data, are there other ways that you can monetize all of this ground truth data that you're collecting?
Yes, we plan to enlarge our data, no? Like grow our data, and then be able to make decisions with that data, especially from research teams. We will have a broader vision of what is happening, and that will help, for example, to create new solutions in general.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
And do I understand this correctly? You keep the sensors on there? Will this be measuring for, let's say, a year and then moving to the next building, or the sensors will stay in the building?
The best thing will be for the sensors to stay, because these solutions, they are not a one moment thing. It's true that measuring at least 1 year can give us a view of how it behaves along the year through seasons. That's the minimum amount of time, 12 months. But in the end, this has to be an ecosystemic change. Like it has to grow, no? So we think that they should stay at least, 5-10 years. This change is something like the whole city adaptation and resilience is something that is going to take more than 1 year.
And how much does it cost, and who is in the end then paying for the installation?
Yes, the system we install at the Circular Innovation Economy Center, Yeah, sorry, I translated it a bit strange. It did cost us like 15,000, but it's true that it was large. It was huge. Like we don't need all that much. So about 3,000 euros so far. It's true that we are relying on third-party sensors as well. We can install these solutions per building, maybe per area. Maybe if we have sensors per district, per solution, per park, that can be more cost efficient, because it's true that this is just an orchard, so it's very small. But yeah, like I will say the minimum we can have installed those sensors for at the moment is about 3,000 euros.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Next up will be holotraps, if you want to come down.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Can everyone hear me now? Perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. Right. So if you were to think of all the events that leads to climate crisis and environmental emergencies, and you were to rank those events in terms of those that cause the most amount of damage in the shortest period of time and have the longest lasting effect, what you would end up with is some variation of wildfire and urban fires, which release billions of tons of CO2 emission every year and wipe out almost half of the tree population. And then the other climate catastrophe you would come up with would be air pollution or ozone degradation, something along those lines, right? Which leads to premature deaths, but also to reduction in the crop yields. And then the third one would be nuclear accidents or meteorite impacts, effectively those that create radioactivity, which cause degradation in the vegetation, soil, and water, and so on and so forth, but also genetic mutations in the organisms living nearby. For instance, the 2011 Fukushima earthquake, like there are wild animals living nearby which now have mutations and so on and so forth. Now, the thing about all of these climate catastrophes is that what they do share in common is that if you can detect, track, and identify these in time, at worst, you can drastically reduce their, what I would say is an implicit potential to cause chaos and catastrophe, which is already very good enough. But at best, you can entirely halt these events. So for instance, if you can detect a wildfire in its first hour called the initial attack window, 95% there is a probability that you can completely stop it. The same applies for the ozone deterioration, right? That if you can detect the particles and then connect them to the causes, you can reverse the global warming. We'll come to the statistics in a second. And then the same applies for the nuclear accidents, right? That if you can detect those, there is a 100% chance that you can stop those. If you can't, the disaster effectively lives on for ages. For context, I grew up in Hiroshima in the early 2000s, which was more than half a decade since the event took place, right? But still, even during that time, you can see the impact of it. Okay, so then the question becomes, how do you detect these things? Or how do you detect all of these things simultaneously with one device? Well, conveniently, all of them from its inception emit certain signals. So for instance, wildfires emit infrared rays, and also you can capture the visuals through the visible rays. The ozone and the air pollution and so on and so forth, you can detect those with UV rays. And the same applies for the nuclear accidents. Effectively, you can detect the ionizing rays, gamma rays in particular, and in instances, X-rays as well. All of them fall into the electromagnetic spectrum. So that is exactly where holotraps comes in, with three industry redefining innovations. And I don't use that term lightly, as I'm a qualified patent attorney. So when I say it's innovative, it genuinely is innovative. Right. Okay. So the first one is the ultra long range signal transmission. So propagation of signal and receiving the signal. We have been testing this at 20 kilometers and now extending it all the way to 200 kilometers with no dispersion and no diffraction within the margin of error for accuracy purposes. What this enables us to do is capture data and transmit data over a long range of distances. By contrast, the competition cannot even do 2 kilometers. By the point 2 kilometers, their signals in open space completely disperses. The second thing we do is we use a modulator. For simplicity, you can think of it like a detector that can also propagate beam, which can detect multiple wavelengths across the spectrum simultaneously without any multiplexing. For example, at the top, you can see RGB with our competition's modulator. If you optimize it for R, you lose the signal at G, and then you lose much more signal at B as the wavelength differs. With ours, at the bottom, you can see you capture everything perfectly as it should be. Of course, you can do the same with the infrared UV, but our human eyes wouldn't let us see it, so that's why the example is that. And the third one is that we detect happenings at the point of the source. I can get into the technical details of how we do that thing, but effectively we do not rely on the reflected rays, which means if there's, for instance, any subject or target which absorbs certain wavelengths, or we don't know what wavelength it's going to emit, we can still detect it. Our competition, unfortunately or fortunately, they can't do it. Right. So how does this come into practice in application, right? So let's take the example of wildfires. The wildfire goes through multiple stages. At the very onset, there's a preheat, so geothermal fluctuation on the ground. And then there's the ignition, then there's smolder and flames. So flames is usually the point you want to get into if you are doing a barbecue, not in the forest, but I mean like, in your backyards. But then after that, there's a fire, and then post that, there are flames, and then leading on to the escalation, right? Because we can do multi-wavelength detection, so we don't have to predict what wavelength we are detecting. We can do then holographic focal points, so we can do a multi-depth imaging, so we can basically go underneath the ground as well. And then we capture the phase of it, so we can reconstruct the entire thing together. We can actually detect wildfires in our tests within the first hour, if not before that. So as soon as the preheat takes place, the holotraps is already there. The competition, unfortunately, does not show up until 9 hours later on. Now, if the full potential of this technology is realized, what you would see is that on the wildfire fronts, we can effectively stop annually 2 billion tons of CO2 emissions. And then also on the economical cost, so for US alone, there would be a 900 billion US dollar savings. That's equivalent to, I believe, 4% of the GDP. On the air pollution side, we can detect the short-lived pollutants and then connect them to the cause and then thereby stop them, which would mean by 2050, we reversed, basically cool down the planet by 0.5%. And then by doing that, we preserve the Arctic ice and the Central Coast. And then on the radiation side, of course, we safeguard quite a lot of things, right? The food chain, marine life, and so on and so forth. And then also this translates to other industries as well, like insurance and liabilities and those, which every event of nuclear accident costs them upwards of 200 billion. Okay, so where are we right now? So until last year, we were effectively testing this thing out in the not secret locations, but without going public. And then we have been working out the IP strategies and so on and so forth. As you can imagine that this has applications beyond just the climate and environmental industries, right? So that was last year. This year, we have started signing up government contracts. So one of the most recent one we signed was with Singapore's Ministry of Home Affairs to develop a urban fire detection system for their seaports. And then we have also been discussing with other airports and so on and so forth. So infrastructure of like, of value and so on and so forth to deploy these in the coming months. We'll be starting our pilot programs in summer. So that's going to be the next stage. And then after that, the stage that would follow it, we would extend the range to beyond 200 to 500 kilometers. So effectively, you can reach the satellite without any sort of intermediary, right? So in the vacuum, you do the correction for aberrations and so on and so forth. And then at that point, we would then use that data to train our own in-house optical neural networks because we already have the chaotic medium. So that means even our neural networks are going to be carbon zero. That would then predict the events from before they happen. And then finally, in phase 4, we want to deploy this on a much bigger scale. So say maybe like, detection of like asteroids or tracking of asteroids and so on and so forth. So that's basically going to be the last part. And at that point, we also want to, of course, we are going to start our test with like submarines and satellites. Before that, we are already in discussions. But at that point, we effectively want to sell it to them. Right. Okay. So in terms of market and business, so right now it's very much the pilot programs and the government contracts that effectively pay for this entire thing. And then the next stage would effectively be the local government departments, so say the fire department and so on and so forth. So we'll basically work with them and also with the research institutions and agencies and so on and so forth. So that's going to be the next target in the phase B. Then phase C, we would then start selling this on a much more commercial scale because we can vary the cost quite a lot depending on the capabilities we want to deploy. So then at that point, we'll basically commercialize this. And then in the phase D, which would be sort of like in conjunction and combination with phase C, we would then actually go on to deploy this on for a much bigger ambitious projects and so on and so forth, at which point there will be like multi-state agencies and so on and so forth. Right, so far the traction has been, we have received quite a lot of government contracts. We have signed few and we are in discussions with few others. We have also received quite a lot of interest from the airports across Europe. So we are in discussions with them to start the program from this summer. Right, so finally, in terms of the team, so that's me. I'm one of the less than 30, probably less than 25 scientists across the globe who knows and basically specializes in true holographic technology, and I have more than 10 years of experience in the development and commercialization of optical systems, and I'm also a qualified patent attorney. And lastly, I was endorsed by the Royal Academy of Engineering in the UK as the global talent in the optoelectronics. Then there is Sebran, who is our COO. He effectively has been single-handedly responsible for getting all the contracts and the pilot programs sorted out in less than 6 months. And then we have got an extensive tech team to circumvent any, not necessarily export controls and stuff like that, but in terms of like, if there are like any difficulty in bringing stuff and so on and so forth, we can build each one of these things from ground up, and we have like experts in all of those fields. And then if equally important is the strategic team because of the nature of the business and the interest we attract. So we have people like, who sort out all of the finances to the government contracts, but also assess the geopolitics and stuff. Yeah, thanks so much.
Yes, that sounds very interesting, but I did not fully understand. I mean, is it one device? How big is it? And where do you deploy it?
Right, so it is indeed one device, just one detector, which does all of these things. In terms of where you deploy it, like right now, we are just deploying it on the ground. But it would be much easier to deploy these on satellites and so on and so forth once it goes to that. In terms of the size, for now, we are trying to keep it by 1 meter by 1 meter by 0.45 centimeter, just because it's convenient dimensions to be. But we can effectively expand that much bigger than that or minimize it depending on what the specific capabilities the end user needs.
And then a follow-up question, maybe, how do you determine, I mean, I guess if you have such a broad spectrum, you will get a lot of signals. So how do you make sure you don't have any false positives?
Right, so the reason we use a modulator is because what we can do on a very high level, we have a beam which we pass through spatial chirping, which basically means we differentiate all of the wavelengths. And then each one of those wavelengths, we operate them separately, but simultaneously through the modulator. So I think the closest scientific established example would be holographic optical trapping.
But how to differentiate between a wildfire and, I don't know, a burning barbecue, whatever?
Right. So because so what you can do is you can see the variation in temperature difference and also the depth of it. But two, what you can also do is you can scan the area size. So if it's like a small area with a fire sort of signature, then you know that is a fire. But if it's like a certain area that's ramping up the heat signature, you know the fire is going to erupt there.
Okay.
Thank you. On the cost to the customer, and I guess the business case more generally, can you talk a bit more about that? How much does it cost to install, and how does the customer expect to make that back? Maybe using the Singapore case as an example.
Yeah. So right now we are selling per device around less than $500,000 US. For us, it costs, I would say, actually much less than that. But our competition sells, I mean, they don't have equivalent devices, but like something related to that, they sell it for like around $3 to $4 million US. So which basically means once we are done with the pilot programs, we can drastically ramp up the price. And that's like part of the pilot to procurement programs, that for the pilot programs, we'll keep the prices low. Once you're happy with it, you want to buy it, then we basically go to not necessarily 3 to 4, but say 2 million or something around that margin.
And yeah, on the cost, we aim to have a margin of around 70% on the hardware, and then towards an EBITDA of 20 to 25%. The return on investment for the customer, yeah, it's like a one-off event often, which is very expensive. So it will be a few years, hopefully, for them. Like for example, in an airport, one of the applications is monitoring for drones. Yeah, one shutdown of 24 hours of an airport costs easily around 1 million, depending on the size of the airport. So.
I have a few understanding questions. The first one is sort of, how does it look like in the deployment case? So let's say you have a forest. What kind of density do you have to place these sensors in? So you said you have, I think, $500,000 in cost per sensor. What radius does it cover?
So it basically covers what we do the calculation in field of view. So we do 100 by 120 degrees. So depending on how far you place it, the bigger the area you can cover. So even if you place it, say, at a moderate distance, I'll have to do the calculations. I don't want to give a number off the top of my head, but you can easily cover 40 to 50 acres within a close proximity. And then you keep it at a slightly longer distance, that coverage area increases drastically.
Sorry, what's the distance you increase? So the spacing between sensors, or what's?
No, so
what do you mean?
Where the sensor is placed compared to what the target is, or where the target is, because it's a window that's defined by degrees, right? So the further away you go, that window expands.
If you put it on a satellite.
Yeah, then effectively you can cover the entirety. The question then becomes how much resolution you want, which you can also control.
So what's the breakthrough technically? Is it like the materials in the sensor, or is this AI processing on the signals you're getting out of the sensor? And if it is AI processing, what are you using as training or inference data?
The software is a breakthrough, but a much bigger breakthrough is the technological development, the hardware side on each one of these things. So for instance, just a simple laser, right? Like if you take any laser and then propagate it, it's going to disperse. You won't have the same sort of like phase at the end. In our case, you maintain the same phase. And then what the other thing you do is that each one of those modulators can separate out each one of the wavelengths in real time, and then reconstruct those or control those. And then the third one is that you effectively map out everything as it happens. I can go into details if we have a time.
I don't think we have time, but would love to hear more later.
We're done with questions? So I'm still struggling to understand how you detect the fire. So you have a laser, you have some modulation, you have a receiver, and so how does that detect the fire? How does it look like? What do you shoot the laser at?
How much time do I have? 1 minute, 54 seconds. Okay. Let's get on to this. Okay, so if you have a laser that's emitting a burst beam, and then you create a focal point at the sort of the ground level, each one of those pulses would have two forces, scattering and gradient force. The gradient force would work against in the direction from which the beam is coming. Now what happens is that, because you know it's going to emitter infrared rays, you effectively fire hundreds of different wavelengths across the range of IR. And then you see which ones of those do a constructive resonance with the basically the ground level. Once you detect that, you change all of those hundreds to those wavelengths or around that, and which gives you a good idea of the existing temperature because you effectively do the calculation by the force that's being emitted at the origin, which gives you a really good geo sort of like, the mapping. And then as the temperature fluctuates, you know exactly which point it's fluctuating. And that's how you also control the resolution, because if there's a specific point you are interested, you move all those points closer to it. Not necessarily LiDAR systems because the range is limited. The wavelength is like just one. Also, the LiDAR relies on the reflection, right? We don't rely on the reflection because that creates latency. Also, you don't know what's going to get absorbed and deflected or diffracted. Cool. Thanks so much.
Thank you, everyone. So now we're going to move into a brief lunch break. And so we have an hour. So we'll be back here at 1:40, but please feel free to wander back upstairs, get some food, go outside, take a little breather. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Hello. I got a little. Hello. Sadiq, can you hear me?
I can. Yes. Can you hear me?
Any response?
You can hear me?
Sadiq, we're getting you figured out. Just a second.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, I think we can hear you. Can you say something?
yeah.
Awesome.
I
Wow,
hope
you
there's
sound
not a big
phenomenal.
lag. Oh,
Yeah,
great.
that sounds great.
Great
You
news.
have a special mic?
No,
Oh,
yeah, no,
it's a
nothing
very crisp
special.
sound. It's great.
That's not the feedback I was getting earlier, so that's great.
Oh, no way. Can you see us, by the way?
I can see, yeah, I can see the screen with projection on it.
Am I moving?
Yes, 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 yes. And you're waving. Yeah, yeah, I see it. I see it.
Okay, great. We're almost ready. We're just coming back from lunch.
Perfect.
I'll just do carry. Hello, hello, hello. Cool, Sadiq, we can see your screen and we can see your video. You want to try, yeah, flipping through a slide? Yeah, it's working. Oh, you're muted. On purpose? Yeah, Sadiq, everything looks good from our side.
I was not muted on purpose, but yes, we can see them
No,
moving.
it wasn't you, it was us. We had muted you.
Okay, okay. Yeah, okay. I think if we can see the slides moving, then we
Yeah,
should be
looks
good.
great. All right, just give us like 2 more minutes.
Yeah, no worries. Should I keep it here or yeah.
There we go. All right. Go ahead. Is this unmuted? Hi, everyone. Welcome back. So now we're entering into our last block of startups. Hope you enjoyed lunch. So first up will be Kajani Carbon Systems, who will be joining us virtually. So thank you, Sadiq.
Yeah. So should I kick it off?
Mhm.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, perfect. All right, so we are Kijani Carbon, and our mission is turning waste into impact. We do this by converting sugarcane waste into biochar fertilizer while sequestering carbon in the process. So I'm going to start with the problem we are solving here. And it's a broad problem, but I'm going to focus on the sugarcane industry in Kenya because that's where our pilot is focused. So the problem is threefold. Farmers are suffering, soil is being degraded, and climate is being neglected. In Kenya, farmers have been facing rising costs. Fertilizer, for instance, has gone up 3x in the last 5 years. The fertilizer that farmers using is essentially like a Red Bull for the soil. It's chemical fertilizer, which is generally good in the short term, but harsh in the long term. We're finally seeing the effect of that on declining yields. And on the climate side, 2 million tons a year of sugarcane waste or bagasse is either burned or stockpiled, 95% of that, which emits a tremendous amount of CO2 and methane into the atmosphere, the amount of which it would take 40 million newly planted trees to sequester that carbon. So in our case, luckily, the problem is also the solution. And to see how this is, we can look at the flow of a sugar factory. So if you see on the left here, the typical flow is that cane goes through a factory and the output is sugar. Um, but the byproducts are what we're focused. I apologize. I'm gonna straight away resume my presentation. I
No
believe
worries,
I
that
cut
sounds
out.
good. Yes, you cut
Yeah.
out, but go ahead.
Okay, hopefully I can get some time back for that. Anyway, our waste products here are the threefold: bagasse, press mud, and fly ash. Now, bagasse we spoke about briefly, and that's generally burned or stockpiled, releasing CO2 and CH4. Pressed mud and fly ash are other byproducts, and these are generally just sold as is or discarded. So generally waste products. Now, what we're doing with Kijani is enriching these. So with the bagasse, we're converting it into biochar, and that is going to act as a nutrient sponge as well as a carbon sequestering material. The press mud and the fly ash is going to be essentially the activator. So it'll be mixed with the biochar together, making a semi-organic, highly effective biochar fertilizer that is going to have an impact on two main parties, farmers and climate. So climate-wise, we're going to create a durable carbon storage method. And for farmers, this is going to restore soils, make things cheaper. If we dive into what that looks like for farmers, without going line by line, essentially yields are set to improve by a good margin, by around 20%. This is going to improve the revenue that farmers get. The cost is going to reduce because our product is cheaper, and it's going to improve the health of the soil, meaning longer cycles of planting, leading to a net effect of a 24% improvement in net income. And this doesn't stop with farmers. I mean, the improved yield is also equally beneficial for mills, also means more carbon sequestering potential, also better for soils. So it's looking up generally for lots of parties, and it's not just theoretical. We've signed a long-term partnership with Angata, which is said to be the first sugar mill that is going to be without stockpile from day one in the continent. And through this, we have 22,000 farmers mapped and geotagged, and we have traction through conversations with government about early early soil strategy for biochar potential offtakes. And then we're looking to the future. And now we can look at like what is our climate vision and how does this traction translate? So the current state in Kenya is essentially barely any solution. There is very small scale operation. We can see an example there. But through our partnerships, we are going to leverage this to start with Angata and then quickly expand within Kenya and East Africa. And our carbon sequestering potential is going to approach a gigaton in year 10 and beyond. So this is the potential of where we have to grow with climate. So yeah, let's talk about money. So the global market is 14 billion, but this is just on the basis of bagasse that is currently wasted. This doesn't include the excess power that we generate through the process. It doesn't include feedstocks beyond sugarcane bagasse, both of which are also very relevant for this and would add to that market size. In East Africa, we have that early traction and can quickly expand uh, within the country and then to East Africa. And now we're going to look at our beachhead location. So at Angata, we're looking at 6 million, and we want to see how does this 6 million break down. And essentially, we have 2/3 of this contributed to from fertilizer, and that's at a conservative $5 per bag margin. The rest of it contributed by carbon removal credits. And this is only at 2000 TCD, which is less than half of the capacity. We expect this to more than double within 2 years just for Angata. And of course, we want to expand beyond. And if we look at this against the CapEx and OpEx, it's an under 18-month simple payback, which is very encouraging for our scaling ambitions. Now we can take a look at what enables this, what makes us unique in terms of the technology. Now, bagasse is a tricky feedstock for two primary reasons. There is high moisture content, and there is silica residue from the sucrose. Now, these were our main technical challenges when we approached this problem, and we have solved them through this bespoke technical setup. One thing we've figured out how to do is recycle the syngas through the pyrolysis process back into the dryers, which greatly improves our efficiency, so much so that we can actually recover 1 megawatt of power. Another point is that the pyrolyzers are modular, which is very significant for CapEx reasons, but also allows us to do regular cleaning of the silica residue, thereby keeping up our efficiency without disrupting production. But why we win is not only our technical setup. We also have positioned ourselves in the market where we have the partnerships, the access to feedstock to customers, as well as being, locally based and having the advantages of scale through our partnerships. And where we're at currently is at the critical stage where we have to take this first mover advantage that we have, turn that into a moat. That's where this 100,000 becomes critical for us. We have essentially what we're planning to do is procure a small scale pyrolysis machine that we've already identified. We want to make sure it works not only with the bagasse coming out of Angata, but all different types and forms of bagasse. We want to look at that biochar and ensure the optimal mixing in the fertilizer to make sure that we are doing things optimally from day one, and of course, align with the certification and removal programs. And we want to expand, as I said, in Kenya and then beyond. Now, our team is based all over the world in Kenya and the US, but we're definitely founded in Kenya. I have experience in consulting, as well as my recent academic experience has been very climate focused. Abid is spearheading our technical validation, and he works very closely with Thomas, who is an expert with 20 plus years in the industry, focusing on pyrolyzer and gasification technology through his company Decarbo. We have our core team as well in a variety of different sectors, and our expert advisors who have been of tremendous help. So thank you so much. And yeah, I think we'll leave it at that. Yeah, there we go. Appendix, not the best ending slide, but yeah, that's it. Inviting any questions.
Thank you. We'll move on to Q&A now.
Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. Can you explain on the IP? It sounds like the pyrolysis reactor itself is not your own design, but how do you protect this and sort of enable, prevent others from copying you? I guess once they see your plant in action.
That's a great question, and you're right. It's not our IP. It did take us a long time and a lot of effort to figure out how to set up this so it could work for us with bagasse at scale. And the honest answer is, I don't know if we can fully protect this. Hopefully, this is a path to doing that IP, but I really feel like our moat is in being the first mover in this case. Our moat is also in our strategic partnerships, especially with the government, and there is a certain amount of technical moat. I feel like the next 6 months are critical for us because that is the pilot stage where we go much deeper into the technology. And if we can figure out what are the real challenges when we have the machines running and how to overcome those at scale, then perhaps our technical moat will grow from there. So that's certainly something we're hoping to do. But that's the upcoming stage.
Thanks.
Just wondering what the commercial partnership looks like with, was it Angate, the sugar?
Angata, yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So are you buying
Yeah.
the products from them, or is it a revenue partnership? Just what's that look like?
Yeah, it's essentially 20-year long-term agreement where we've agreed that we will, they've agreed to give us all of their bagasse, and their benefit from this is the yield improvements, right? Which we're hoping for, because that 20% yield improvement is huge for their bottom line. Our revenue, we get it from all of the various ways. I said the fertilizer sales as well as the carbon removal credit. So that's on our end. But on their end, it's more of the soil benefit. And we're also just taking a problem off their hands. I mean, this bagasse would otherwise be generally sitting in piles, decomposing, producing methane and CO2. So it's not much skin off their back, but hopefully 20% yield would be a great benefit. So it's mutually beneficial in that sense.
Yeah, that sounds really interesting, especially
Yeah.
your numbers. Maybe you go into the ROI calculation. Definitely,
Yeah.
I mean, look very good. The question is a little bit, how far are you with really verifying those? I mean, how sure you are,
Yes.
and how did you come up with those numbers?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll let Abid come in on this if he wants to as well. But essentially, we did a bottom-up approach with fertilizer. And I think our assumptions were actually quite conservative with fertilizer, especially when you consider the current state is almost all of our fertilizer is imported at $45 a bag. The government subsidizes $20 a bag, and farmers pay 25. Now, given the very low cost of our inputs, even if we consider enhancing it through things like green ammonia, which is needed for the nitrogen, we still come up to a price point which is significantly lower than the competition and more beneficial for soils, reduces dependence on chemical fertilizer significantly. So even with all of those assumptions, honestly, $5 margin could be more, but we're also looking at the benefit being bestowed on farmers as well and improving their income. The carbon removal credits are pretty straightforward in terms of that. We've only used $100 per credit.
We'll just give it a minute. Hi, Sadiq.
All right.
You,
Yes.
you,
So
you can keep going. You cut out at credit.
I so apologize for my internet. Yeah, so essentially it's the carbon credits, the fertilizer, those are the two main revenue streams. And we think given everything, our assumptions are quite conservative there. Our CapEx is based on a long feasibility study we did in partnership with Decarbo, where we looked at 8 different suppliers. I'm actually in China right now for a site visit for one of those suppliers. And so we've done a lot of verification in the technical sense as well.
Hey, Sadiq,
Yeah.
very interesting. Historically, it's been, I think, hard to scale some of these businesses, and so I
Yeah.
suppose to make this very big, you need to run a decentralized system of very operationally involved entities. Is there someone on the team that's done something like this before? And so how do you think about it? Do you have a playbook? What gives you confidence that you can do this at scale?
To make sure I understand your question correctly, is it like when we're, let's say, in 10 plus locations, it's like, how do you manage all of these operations simultaneously? Is that the question?
Yes, exactly. Like basically how, and it presumably it's not 10, but 100 or 1,000 at some point, right?
Okay, yeah. No, it's excellent question. And we have thought there. Admittedly, a lot of our attention has gone on the immediate feasibility. But I think what we're looking at is how can we, like, what are the things we can do that will make that very easy? And we're looking at those very deliberately now. We know data is a huge one, right? So we're ensuring that with all of the equipment we're getting, it has, the best like IoT sensors, the data that's being collected about biochar being produced. All of these other factors are very consistent and very rich data. And we're of course trying to leverage whatever technology to ensure this, to do anomaly detection so that we can see, okay, like just based on the data, even if we're not able to be in 100 different locations at once, we can look at what that performance is like. And of course, as we scale our team, we're gonna definitely look for that operational expertise.
Yeah, I think no other questions.
Yeah, no other questions. You give me a whole minute back. That's great. Yeah,
Thank
at
you so
least,
much.
yeah,
Thank you so
absolutely.
much, Sadiq. Really appreciate it. And thank you for the pitch and joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much. Sorry for the internet problems, but I guess we got through everything, so it wasn't a disaster. All right.
Test, test.
It works. Just a moment.
All right. Thank you. Hi, everyone. We are the founders of Isosphere Technologies, and we want to make decarbonizing the chemical industry economically viable. So the chemical industries are still heavily reliant on fossil carbon and emit around 2 gigatons of CO2 per year. So chemical industries and startups are racing to get that CO2 out of the atmosphere, and they do that mainly by direct air capture. The problem with that is really what happens with all that CO2. So most of it sits unused and is actually stored, which is quite cost and space intensive. And a lot of the businesses are heavily reliant on the carbon credits as well, which is quite an unstable business and creates no new value. So another idea is to take that CO2 as a building block actually and turn it into chemicals like methanol, jet fuel, or hexanes. But the problem with that is you will quickly realize if you want to make a viable business out of that it takes so much energy that it's really expensive and that you cannot really make a profitable business out of that. So if you want to actually close the carbon cycle, you have to find something else. You have to find an economic engine to finance that system. So we took a closer look at the CO2 molecule, and actually the carbon in it consists of two major isotopes, carbon-12 and carbon-13. So carbon-13 is a slightly heavier isotope, and it has very interesting physical properties. So for example, you can actually detect it in MRI. And that makes it very interesting for pharmaceutical and medical applications. So, for example, you can use it in drug development to determine how a drug behaves in the body. And if you want to get your new drug approved, you actually have to check what it actually does in the body. So what you can do is you can label your drug with carbon-13 and then trace it through the body, how it is absorbed, how it is metabolized, and so on. It is also used in medical diagnostics to determine what pathogens are in your body. There are some pathogens which live in your stomach, and they can actually metabolize carbon-13 labeled compounds into CO2. So if you take them and they digest them, basically, you can detect in your breath if you have the carbon-13 CO2 or not, and then basically determine if you have that pathogen or not. Also, a very new application is carbon-13 in medical imaging, so to determine how a tumor behaves in the body. So normally, if you have a tumor in your body, you get an MRI which looks a bit like that, and to the untrained eye, you cannot really see where the tumor is or what it does. If you use carbon-13 labeled compounds as tracers, you can not only see where the tumor is, you can also see in real time how that tumor behaves, because the carbon-13 labeled compounds you inject are actually metabolized in real time, and you see where the tumor is the most aggressive and in which direction it grows into. So because of all of these really interesting and important applications, the carbon-13 isotope has a really, really high value. So we want to use that as our economic engine and finance closing the carbon cycle. And the idea itself is quite easy. So we take CO2 and we separate the two isotopes, and then the carbon-13 is turned into very high-value carbon-13 labeled compounds we can then sell to the pharmaceutical and medical industries. To explain a bit or to show you how big the difference in value between these two isotopes is. So if you want to sell methanol, like a chemical industry methanol, it's sold at around €1 per liter. In comparison, if you produce carbon-13 labeled methanol, you sell it at €190,000 per liter. So that creates a really unique opportunity we want to use. So we want to use the carbon-13 labeled compounds, the really high-value compounds, as a base to finance our technology. And then as soon as our structures, our infrastructure, and our processes are established, we can action like fine chemicals and also feedstock chemicals. All right, so how is carbon-13 actually produced so far? As you can see on the world map, there are not a lot of producers who actually make carbon-13 because it's quite difficult to separate the two isotopes. So in Europe, which you see in the middle, there's no producer who actually does the production of carbon-13. And the major supplier, which has been Russia for Europe, is not a supplier anymore because due to all the geopolitical constraints. So what happens now is that there's basically one big supplier which sits in the US. They're called Cambridge Isotope Laboratories, and they are responsible for basically the global supply for carbon-13. And because they have that near monopoly, they didn't really have the incentive to change their technology. So it's still based on a technology from the 1950s. And yeah, they use a fossil carbon feedstock, which is carbon monoxide, which is produced from steam reforming. And that is responsible for around 500 million tons of CO2 emissions per year. The technology itself is called cryogenic distillation and uses really a lot of energy. So also that takes quite a lot of, or it's very costly, and it also takes a lot of space. So there are huge columns to actually distill the two isotopes from each other. All right, so our technology is quite different. We actually developed a new three-step process where we start with a direct air unit, which you can see here. These are actually pictures from our lab. And so we take CO2 out of the atmosphere. And then our next step is our core technology, where we separate the isotopes. And we do that not with a physical separation, rather than with leveraging a chemical selectivity. And our process is so efficient that we can actually reduce the plant size needed to separate the isotopes by 95% in comparison to conventional separation plants. All right, and then as soon as the isotopes are separated, we can turn them actually in our products. So the carbon-13 can then be produced into or turned into the carbon-13 label compounds. We can then sell to pharmaceutical and medical companies. And then later on, we want to use the carbon-12 to turn into fine chemicals. Our business model is quite straightforward. So we want to sell carbon-13 label compounds. It's quite easy. So we start with simple building blocks and move on then to more complex molecules. And the more carbon-13 is incorporated in the molecules, the more value that compound has. So if you look into our profit chart, you can see the difference between the carbon-13, if the profit of the compounds, if you buy the carbon-13, if you have to source it, or if you have to produce it yourself. So in blue, you see the profit you make if you have to source the carbon-13. So you see you lose a lot of margin if you have to buy it. So because we can produce it ourselves, we actually make use of all that value still. All right, to our market size, the market for stable isotopes globally is around 15 billion US dollars. The European market makes around 2.4 billion, and we want to achieve around 10% of that European market. It is estimated to grow at a rate of around 9% and is projected to reach 32 billion in the year, or by the year 2032. But actually, we want to use that as an entry market. So basically, the market we want to achieve is the fine chemicals market, which is around 250 billion. And it's really important for us that we do target that in the long run as a vision, because it is responsible for the emission of 150 megatons of CO2 per year. All right, regarding our team consists of my co-founder, Mark, and me. Mark did his PhD in chemistry in the University of Bristol and was a postdoctoral researcher at the Technical University of Munich, actually just behind you, where I did my PhD and where I'm currently a postdoctoral researcher as well. And yeah, over the course of last year, we gathered a lot of advisors, a lot of support, and right now we are actually supported by Professor Dr. Harald Klein, who's also here at the TUM, at the chair for Process and Plant Technology. We are also supported by a very well-doing consulting CFO. Actually, we gathered her last year, and we're very lucky to be part of the startup ecosystem in Munich, where the TUM Venture Labs are playing a really big part. We were able to do an extensive customer research as well, or customer journey basically, where we gathered around 13 LOIs from academia and industry. So we're supported by the Helmholtz Center, the German Cancer Research Center, and in industry we're supported by AstraZeneca, Sanofi, Roche, and Boehringer Ingelheim. We also achieved some important milestones for us. So in the beginning of last year, we actually started in the TUM Venture Labs, and we're really thankful for that. So thank you everyone who's here representing them, where we built up our labs. We finished the startup accelerator also in the Munich ecosystem. We got a collaboration offer from a company who actually produces carbon-13 labeled biomolecules, who are really interested in producing the carbon-13 itself as well. And yeah, we did an extensive customer outreach where we got the 13 LOIs from. In the beginning of this year, we got our first funding from Funding for Innovators, which we are very happy about as well. And right now we're preparing our application for a government grant, which is called Exist. I think a lot of you know that actually. And then in the end of this year, at the end of this year, we want to incorporate the company, start sales, and by the end of next year, we want to have a full enrichment pilot plant running. By the end of 2029, we want to then have a fully operational process plant. Regarding the money from this prize, we mainly want to use it to develop our prototype and to explain a bit more what we want to do with it. So basically, our DAC unit runs right now with a throughput of around 90 cubic meters per hour. So we want to up that to 1,000. We want to scale up our isotope separation unit from milliliters per hour to liters per hour. And we want to be able to scale up our products from a gram to kilogram scale. Thank you very much, and very happy to answer questions now.
Yeah, thank you very much. I like the difference between the €1 and per liter and the
I thought so, yes.
90,000. So did I understand this correctly that there is an existing market for C13 and you can just sell into it, or do you have to change something, or do your customers have to change something?
So there is an existing market already, which is already quite big, I'd say. And we have one main competitor, basically, who already covers a lot of that market. But for example, for the medical imaging market, it's quite new. It started basically last year, where they reached out to us personally as well, saying if we can provide these chemicals, and they are not on the market yet. So we have an existing market we can get into, and a market which is quite new.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I guess especially for the pharma applications, what are the regulatory timelines, right? Or sort of how will you navigate that part if it does affect your sales process?
So it's a good question, but it doesn't affect us directly because we don't have a GMP setup. We also don't aim to. And the customers we've talked to, they don't really want that from us. They want the raw material, if you want to call it. And then if they would want to have GMP, they do it themselves, or they're even outsourcing that. So that is not really affecting us so much. So we can basically sell to them tomorrow if we wanted to.
Okay, so it's your customers again who will have the burden of going through the regulatory process, not you guys.
Exactly.
Okay, super, thank you.
Thanks, Alba. I really like the pitch. I'm curious about a different way of thinking about the market size. And so you mentioned in dollars. I'd like to reverse the calculation that if you were to take the global market of the $15 billion in C13, how many tons of CO2 would that equate to? It might be hard to do, if you haven't done it already, to do the math on right now, but so it sounds like, I would presume it's not a whole lot. And then the next question would be, what are the other markets you can do after that? Because you kind of need some high value product to subsidize the DAC, right?
Yeah, exactly. So the the first question, so the carbon 13 market we've shown, but we also know how much carbon 13 is actually annually produced by the major providers, and that's around 500 kilos per year. So therefore, the CO2 impact from that is not so high, which is why we want to use it as a base to then start into the fine chemicals market, which has a much higher impact on the climate. And then with the fine chemicals, it depends on which compounds you synthesize to have a high enough margin to improve well, not improve, but to make DAC worth it. Because that's the problem with DAC, is that it's so expensive, which is why you need a high value product at the end to make it financially feasible.
And what would be the fine chemicals? Do they use the C13 or the 99% of the carbon? And
So that's exactly the point. So the fine chemicals would be, for example, hexanes for HPLC, if you want. So what we use in our labs as well, if you use hexanes, they're quite expensive, but not crazy expensive, but they're called fine chemicals, and they're not labeled. So we can use the carbon 12 we actually get as a bulk and use that up. But it's still, the production of it is still too expensive to have as an entry market, I would call it. That's why it's so feasible to start with the carbon 13 ones, because they're really, really high value. And then if you have established the infrastructure for it, you can produce, for example, hexanes with the remaining carbon 12.
Super interesting approach. I hadn't seen that before. So two questions. One is, where does your core IP lie? Is that in the isotope separation part? And then if yes, do you need to do the DAC?
So the DAC is something that we've designed to be integrated in the whole process. So that basically it means that we don't have to source CO2 as canisters or cylinders and like ship it somewhere to sit. We can just have the DAC set up, or basically anywhere that the infrastructure allows it. And we've also, as part of the IP, we're developing a new way to integrate it into the whole isotope separation process. So yeah, the core IP really lies in the separation that we've developed.
But to answer the second question as well, we don't need it necessarily. We could also just buy CO2. That would be very cheap. I think you buy it as like 15 euros per liter or something, or per ton even. Okay, that's even cheaper, but we want to make an impact. That's why we designed a DAC as well.
Yeah, but I'm more thinking, could you just financially save all the other DAC projects in existence?
Say that again?
could you just financially save every other DAC project in existence is more my thinking. Or should you do it yourself or just go out and...
So yeah, it's a question of scale again. So all DAC work, currently DAC projects work in terms of scale. They only become profitable after capturing megatons. Yeah, so we're working at the small scale of 500 kilograms of C13. So the market isn't big enough yet to do all DAC, which is why we want to move into then the fine chemicals.
Wait, I'm confused by that.
Okay.
So like, I'm more thinking like there's many DAC projects in existence operating at subscale and sub-economic value because they're trying to do the C12 route.
Yeah, yeah.
So could you just go to them and use their subscale DAC?
Yes, so we actually have a meeting in April with the TUM Carbon Removal, who also do that, and we will talk about that with them if they could provide us the CO2 they capture. But as Mark said, we also integrate it in our process, which is kind of like the explanation would be a bit technological, but it's we want to integrate it in the whole process. So it is part of also the
why?
Because basically you can separate the isotopes chemically, and you can leverage the technology you use for DAC with that. It's actually...
Good. So the isotope separation begins early on in the DAC
already begins
process.
at the DAC, yes.
Thank you.
Actually, I have one. Maybe a little bit more about your team. How do you want to grow? And yeah, who are the persons next you will hire?
Yes, that's a good question. So right now it's Mark and me, and we have Anne Burger as our CFO, so she helps us with the financial part. We want to get a technician on board, and we're also talking with the PhDs or in cooperation with the chair of plant and process technology, because they really know a lot about the carbon-13 separation itself, like the old technology. So if we can hire, I think we would go in that direction next. And then also find someone for sales, because we are not sales people, so that's something we would definitely hire. Yeah.
No, that sounds good.
Thank you.
And last but not least, next up is Aeropod.
Hi everyone, if we're not too tired, it's been quite a day. It's a bit daunting going last. Okay. This is Aeropod, our leading the regeneration of humanity's most important resource. Soil is alive, but decades of intensive farming practices like tilling to break oxygen-starved soil open and spreading chemical inputs like fertilizers killed the life in soil and have left 40% of global soils degraded, expected to reach 90% in our lifetimes. And though there's talk about hydroponics can't grow wheat. So 95% of global food production still depends on soil. This means farming isn't built for the future, and climate change is making things worse. Last year was the second worst harvest year ever recorded in the UK, with extreme weather intensifying compaction, preventing machinery use, and causing crops to rot. And the farmers that we spoke to around the world make it clear we're heading straight for a global food security crisis. Now, regenerative farming is a solution, and governments globally are pushing for it. But it requires healthy living soil. And rebuilding soils can take up to a decade, during which yields are lower, which makes it financially risky, as farmers can't afford to wait. So we need a bridge, a climate-resilient way to rebuild soils without sacrificing immediate yields, and also aerating soils non-destructively. And that's exactly what we've built. Aeropods are nature-activated capsules designed to respond under key oxygen stress events, heavy rain and soil compaction pressures. When triggered, they aerate and enrich soil, breaking through compaction without harming soil. It's quite literally groundbreaking. So we're redirecting the focus from physical and heavy machinery and chemicals to innovation that prioritizes the physical and biological health of soil. And this has been proven to naturally optimize soil chemistry on its own. So how does it work? Aeropod is a layer technology, which means that we've layered and combined certain materials in a specific way for it to trigger under specific conditions. It covers up to 1 meter cube impact area, so that's pretty big. And we need just about 50,000 aeropods per hectare. For comparison, lettuce is about 1 million seeds per hectare. And this is patent pending. It's a trigger design that nobody else in the world has. So essentially, we're patenting that on-demand mechanical action that's able to occur within a biodegradable seed-like device. It's drilled alongside seeds at the beginning of the season, and its dimensions mean that it is compatible with standard planting equipment, as well as offering flexible integration across all farming practices. And the way that it's designed to last through the season is what we call delayed activation design. So although it's one-time usage, we can design some to become responsive later on in the season, offering full continuous aeration all through the season for the first time ever. When aeropods are done activating, they biodegrade naturally into materials that support soil biology, reducing fertilizer usage, and they degrade fully in 24 weeks. They're completely synthetic, polymer-free, and 100% biodegradable. So we're converting a decade-old practice from a blunt force episodic aeration into safe continuous aeration all season long for the first time. And this has incredible knock-on systemic effects across plant root respiration, microbial support, and bio-input respiration. And this, we can see up to a 20% increase in lettuce, tomato, and potato yields from this aeration. We're starting with these crops because they offer high value while also being very sensitive to compaction. At the best part, a 60% cheaper cost from day one. So no payback periods. And this is because by simply planting aeropods alongside your seeds, you're eliminating labor, diesel, machinery, and inputs from traditional methods. So the potential impacts are global and massive. And just looking at the climate impact, if for one average UK farm, we can save 140 tons of CO2. If we scale that to 10,000 farms serviced over 10 years, that's 140 million tons of CO2, which is equivalent to about 40 million cars. And that's just 0.6% of our total of the global arable farmland where aeropods could be deployed. And it's not just soil, it's the ecosystem around it. Healthy soil is the world's largest carbon sink. Aeropods enable better water infiltration, which reduces runoff. Reducing fertilizer usage also means you're reducing the production emissions associated with it as well. So aeropods outperform existing methods on every single level. Now, our market is, we're starting in the UK, where soil degradation costs the UK £1 billion. We're starting here because there's strong regulatory mandates, there's strong momentum as well towards regenerative farming, and there's also clay-type soils. So that means that we're targeting just 1,500 UK farms in 5 years to get that figure. And our serviceable market is our markets across the EU, US, and China, the total serviceable hectares across that area. With a significant cost incentive, we're extremely attractive to farmers. So our strategy is to outsource our manufacturing because it offers cheaper capex for us. And though the technology is proprietary, the way that we make it is incredibly simple. And our business model is to sell directly through agro-input wholesalers. So because agro-input wholesalers prioritize farmer demand, and what we do is what they're looking for, just their core value proposition is improve yields while reducing costs. We're very confident that we're able to scale through existing agricultural supply chains and also sell directly to farmers. Then our go-to-market strategies are very interesting. So we're trying to leverage soil value chain enterprise aggregators. So we started getting a lot of interest from companies like Tesco, Waitrose, PepsiCo, and essentially these are companies that are like restaurant chains, grocery chains, fashion chains, if you think about cotton, that have a vested interest in reducing ESG emissions down their supply chain, especially with the 2015 net zero goals ahead. And essentially they have sway over the farmers in their network, so it's a pretty good way to scale. There's other things like agronomy companies, governmental schemes, so there's quite a lot of governmental subsidies for farmers trying to transition to regenerative farming, which this would allow them to for the first time. So essentially we have a recurring revenue model, price per hectare, sold every planting season. Farmers can purchase upfront, agronomy distributions, they can purchase upfront, but farmers can also purchase monthly as well for the duration of the season where aeropods will be working. We're looking for really, really quick scale and quick market penetration, and our business model, go-to-market, as well as operational ease. So the fact that aeropod can be integrated into lots of different farming systems ensures that scalability, and the fact that if you think about shipping machinery compared to shipping aeropods, it's quite easy. And long-term, we'll license through our patent. We produce aeropods as a cost of £80 per hectare, giving us a 40% gross margin. And this also directly translates into our financial model. We predict that we could be profitable as early as year 3, although we're not, this is if we raise the pre-seed round that we're hoping to raise. And we would also optimize for scalability, not necessarily profitability all the time. But yeah, we're looking to scale and take this global essentially and be a market disruptor. We're a team of passionate innovation design engineers with experience leading agri-product innovation specifically. And we've got a fantastic team across microbial research, climate business innovation, material design engineering. And our advisory board consists of farmers, agronomists, soil science PhDs, and industry connectors with over 150 combined years in our space. Since our co-design approach in our thesis, when we designed Aeropod across lots of different collaborations with farmers, we've developed our proof of concept in 2024. We've had Aeropod on fields in Lincolnshire with direct farmer feedback shaping our design. We've joined and won at Imperial Accelerators. We've represented Imperial in Vienna, represented Europe as well in Japan. We've also made quite the splash. This was a bit cringe for me to add. We're a TRL4, partnered with Imperial Seawood Park and Rothamsted Research, leading agricultural institutions, 20 plus global waitlists with a 234K in estimated value. We received letters of intent from every single stakeholder in our development pipeline needed to make Aeropod happen. So 45K in awards has gotten us to this point. Now we have 2 trials in the US this year in May of 2026, but we've got a gap, as everybody else can relate, the climate tech usual validation valley of death. Essentially, we need the 100K to feed our supply chain sprint for our batch manufacturing contract for those trials. We also need it for sourcing and production, so for the process engineer, that is central to getting us to manufacturing readiness in time for those trials. And these trials would help us essentially corroborate evidence for global scalability across different crop and soil types. So not just lettuce, potato, and tomatoes, which we chose very specifically for the enterprise partners, ketchup, if you think about potato chips, things like that. But we want to go global, essentially. Sorry about that memory lapse. Now, even if we change our behaviors today, we'll still have 100 years of climate change effects ahead, unfortunately. So let's future-proof our most important resource with groundbreaking innovation. Thank you. These are just like souvenirs. It's completely different. We've refrained from bringing any aeropods in because people just explode it literally in front of the panel.
Yeah, that's my question. What kind of material is that, and what is the production scale you would need to support? Yeah, I mean, I guess you need large volumes.
Yes, so we have a bit on it. Essentially, in order to serve 1 hectare, we need 50,000 aeropods for just 1 hectare. For comparison, lettuce is about 1 million, so it's not very crazy. But for a 90-hectare farm, we would need about 0.5 days to manufacture that for 1 farm currently in the value chain that we have. But we're looking to scale that massively because that would just mean that we can only produce for 2 farms. But if you think about it across a year, that would be, pretty great for our first year because we're looking to serve just about 300 farms in our first year, while we essentially corroborate evidence across the different crop and soil types and make sure that this continuous aeration is scaling across it's almost rivaling fertilizers in a way that's safe for the environment, if that makes sense.
But is it a totally new production process, or can you do it at an existing
Yes, we can.
chemical
Do
plant?
you want to take that? So essentially, we can manufacture it in, like, if you think about, I don't know if I'm giving it too much away, but if you think about like chocolate and like just layering techniques, but the trigger design is what makes it very unique. So we have to be very careful. So at first we were trying to decide whether we wanted to manufacture different things in different places or just have it with one manufacturer. But a lot of our advisors are saying that the best way to go about it is to go with a manufacturer that has no vested interest in your space. So if you think about, again, candies, chocolates, they don't have the direct customers or any direct reason for them to want to compete with us, but we can leverage their existing. Do you want to continue?
I may just add one point. Is at the very starting point, like we choose the material that is very easy to produce in the very common product line, like the chocolate and the candies, just dip and wrap it kind of thing. So it's really easy to produce in huge amounts in a short period of time.
I also wanted to add as well. So a lot of people get confused about it. Our innovation is the structural design, it's the way that we design the trigger. So we are material agnostic to a certain extent, which is why we can be very we have the choice essentially with the type of materials that we use. And obviously that feeds into our manufacturing strategy and all of that. And so we can also prioritize materials specifically for soil biology too. So it's more the structural properties that we need. As long as the material services those structural properties, then we're fine. We're good to go.
Thank you. In terms of the scaling, so I guess an impression of the majority of farmers is that they can be quite conservative. I guess you can find sort of forward-leaning regen ag enthusiasts, but to really scale, you probably need to also convince some of the more conservative crowd. How will you go about that?
So our strategy is to not do that, if that makes sense. So essentially farmers everybody always says that they're very conservative. They're very sensible is probably the better word. And they are always looking to see what works from other farmers as well. So what we're trying to do is essentially reduce the switching costs for them, both behaviorally by making operationally integratable and also financially. So the ESG sort of go-to-market strategy we have around using enterprise partners in the space is that they purchase on behalf of the farmers for the first year. And because of that, that means that they get to effectively see the value of the product as well as the reduced costs. And then from the years, we're quite confident in our value proposition that they will want to keep purchasing. But this is part of what we also need to validate. But the farmers that we're working with have also very specifically said that as long as it keeps that trend of reducing their yields upfront from day one and reducing their costs upfront from day one and improving their yields, then they're good to go, basically. That's all farmers care about.
Super, thanks.
Thank you. 2 questions. First, on the cost side, I didn't fully get, how do you reduce the cost for the farmer immediately?
So tillage per hectare is, well, I can actually just go back
So
to
you
it.
don't till anymore?
Yeah, you wouldn't need to till anymore because you have continuous aeration, so it'd be more functionally superior.
But presumably you till for other reasons as well
Yes,
than
you
for
do.
aeration.
Yeah.
So you would still do it in most cases?
No, so there is tillage, which is like a primary soil disturbance, and then there's harrowing, which is more seedbed preparation and removing weeds and stuff like that. But essentially, we have no-till systems, and what people are starting to understand is things like weeds are. It depends on how you want to tackle them, but if you have better soil health anyway, you're not going to have as many occurrence of some of these things. So there's already no-till systems which are not utilizing any of
So basically, you can only use it in no-till systems?
Yes, you would only use it in no-till systems, or any farmers trying to transition from tillage to no-till.
And then on the revenue side, at what scale have you tested and measured the impact?
So a lot of what we've done has been on the revenue side. So on the yield side. On the yield side, we've done more the individual site tests and a lot of lab work. So because we're allowing for aeration continually. So the way tilling works essentially is that it introduces a lot of oxygen, blunt force at the beginning of the season. It's very episodic. And then essentially it just goes down for the rest of the season, which is why, we have yield rot and things like that, lack of microbial respiration. It also kills off a lot of the life in soil initially because that level of oxygen is too much. But if you are able to effectively modulate oxygen all through the season, you can have incredible effects across plant respiration, microbial respiration as well, and something that's very interesting that we've realized, bio-input respiration. So as we continued going on with our work, we realized that there's a lot of, like we even had one today, everyone's pushing this shift away from synthetic chemicals to biological inputs, right? So to biofertilizers, biocontrols, bio everything, but they don't work as well as people want them to work because essentially any bio-based product is just life. It's literally just something that's alive and they don't have oxygen to support them. So essentially bio-based products today only work well in healthy soils, which is a bit sad because where we're supposed to be facing is soils that are hypoxic, that have essentially, lost a lot of the life in them and have gone really compacted. So if you supplement aeropods with any bio inputs, and we're aiming to be that global biological transition, then you could have incredible benefits across actually regenerating soils, not just trying to slow down the curve, if that makes sense. And we already have a partner that is working with us on this called Gains Bio. They're quite keen to work with us.
Just one quick question. So what is the trigger?
So how do we explain it without explaining?
So it's a topic we cannot really disclose the trigger actually, but the way we layer the different material that.
So different question then, when would it trigger?
So it will mainly trigger in two situations. One is when it rains too much, the soil becomes really muddy. Another is enough soil compaction pressure, so we can't disclose about more details on the pressures right now.
Gotcha. So this is really for when heavy machinery has gone over and kind of compacted this, or when there's been like a long period of waterlogging?
Yes. In general, soils that are degraded are always compacted. So even if they break it open, it's just for that initial period. But essentially with aeropods, the way that you can think about it is because the key oxygen stress events are when there's lots of rain or when there's lots of compaction, as long as the plant is growing throughout that entire period, it's safe because whenever it feels that there's a lot of stress that might cause it to rot, which is what is happening a lot around the world now, then it will go off in response to that.
Gotcha. I don't know the balance between like rot or like drought or both.
Or like soil wetting and drying cycles.
Yeah, well, I'm just guessing you also, this is solving sort of like one half of the problem. There's like another half.
Yeah, it's like with climate change today, like a lot of what farmers are experiencing is like extreme weather. So it's kind of what you're saying around it being too wet or too dry, but that facilitates compaction. So regardless, we will still have the rainy season. It will just be super heavy. And so essentially this would be a way to mitigate that.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But these wouldn't work in the dry place, basically, or in the dry situation.
If there's still compaction, if it's like so dry that it's physically compact, like there's still going to be compaction in that.
Okay.
Just change the structure of this and like, so basically we currently have different version of aeropods like aero time and aero temp. Yeah, some are triggered by like the humidity.
Conditions as well. Yeah.
Can I ask one quick question? Could you make these out of something that in themselves were beneficial for the soil when they degraded? Like, could you combine this with like a fertilizer application replacement?
Well, we could combine it with biofertilizers, and what you just said is exactly what we've done, by the way. So essentially, because we're material agnostic, it's more about the structural design. I don't really like we because it's about the way that we structured it, less about the specific material choice, which also makes us incredibly easy to scale because the materials are all available. We can just pick materials that are already really beneficial for soil biology. So since we're trying to help the physicality, help the biology, so it's just better to work in both ways. And then that way you can optimize soil chemistry and you actually reduce a lot of fertilizer usage.
Super cool.
Thank you so much. Thank you, AirPod. We will now move into our second panel of the day on first customer stories and also led by Anna. And I will ask the judges to please come with me.
They're leaving.
No, we good to go? You can hear me? That works, it's on. Cool. And then two extra mics for the other two. Or three, yeah. Cool. Thank you. And as well, okay. I think it's okay. Cool, thank you. Alrighty. Looks like we're ready to go. I'm gonna close the door unless anyone else. One more run for it? Yeah. Okay. All right, let's get started. I'm gonna interrupt your conversation to keep today going. All good. Let's bring our three speakers up here with me, and we can just have everyone up on stage. So we have Andy coming in first, Niklas, and Frank. Perfect. Wonderful. Cool. Thank you guys for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you. Cool. Happy to have you here. Wonderful. The purpose of this next panel is to kind of give a little feedback on or a little input from our panelists on getting customers. So it's a step that either comes next for many teams here in the audience or something you're currently working on. So the idea, sorry? Exactly, as early as possible. So it's hopefully helpful just to get some firsthand insights. Maybe you can ask some questions. We have 45 minutes, so we have time to chat, and we can use the time while the judges are deliberating and doing the hard work to just have a nice conversation. So the way I'd like to start is we've heard a lot of pitches today already, but maybe just a couple minutes to each of you to actually let us know what you're working on, what your startups are on, what your roles is, and then connect it to the customer side as well. Who's your customers? How many customers do you have? Kind of from that angle, and then we'll hold off on the story side, the first customer stories, until after we know who you are and what you're doing. Sound good? All right, you want to start? Break the ice?
Sure, I'll try. So my name's Andy. I'm one of the two co-founders of a startup called Radical Dot. We are developing a new technology to transform mixed plastic waste that can currently not be recycled and instead is incinerated, landfilled, or ends up in our environment, and turn that into useful base chemicals. In our case, those are so-called carboxylic acids. Acetic acid is one that you might be familiar with cleaning at home, but also a few others. So an important intermediate class of chemicals. We are now about 2 and a bit years old, 10 full-time and about 10 students on top. Actually, like 200 meters further down, so I could walk over in the sunshine. Yeah, customers or value chain, the way that I explain it is, for me, is value chain positioning, right? So we are the missing link or a link between the waste industry today and ultimately the chemical industry. So we have on the one hand side our, I guess, supplier, which is people that are collecting and sorting plastic waste. Then it's us taking that plastic waste, throwing that into our process, and what comes out are these carboxylic acids, and the off-takers, so our customers of these acids, is classic chemical industry. So all the way from BASF to all the other chemical companies you might be familiar with. Many of them would use the products that we are using. And so we're that sort of middle link. Number of customers that we are having, I'll be talking about that shortly in a second, but for us, early traction is easier to generate on the waste end of the spectrum. So we've worked with various companies, or we are working with various companies on that side of the spectrum. One very simple reason for that is that chemical offtake is in the multi-tonnage regime, and we don't yet make multi-tonnage quantities.
Thank you, Andreas. My name is Niklas. I'm one of the co-founders from Palstein, also sitting over here in Munich. We are already a bit further. We are roughly over 50 people and started back in 2021. But also as a university spin-off, not here from the TUM, but from the University of Federal Armed Forces, also here in Munich, down in Neubiberg. What we're building is basically a battery management system for electric vehicles. You could also say we are democratizing the battery pack, because currently it's more ruled like a dictatorship. So the current battery management system is deciding for everyone in the system, and everyone is the battery cell in this case. You have to imagine there is a few hundred, even sometimes a few thousand of battery cells within one pack, and they are all ruled by this one dictator called the battery management. And we're breaking up this strict rule, basically getting some democracy into the system in a way that we are able to control every single cell in the system, and also to take care of the different demands those battery cells have, because you can imagine them really as individuals. They are also based on a chemical process. A chemical process is always quite complex, especially if you want to repeat it in the same way over and over again. And that also leads to the fact that these battery cells are aging in a different way, behaving in a different way, sometimes only slightly, but that's enough to make it necessary to really adjust your system to the demands of the battery cells. And that's what we are doing. In the end, it's a combination of software and electronics. The electronics is the one that is sitting on top of the battery cells and giving us access to it. And the software part is basically the brain behind it, the operating system that is then taking the learnings from the data we are generating and implementing them back in real time on the individual cell, on the individual vehicle, all data-based and software-based. And that gives us a lot of more freedom compared to conventional systems, because at this point we're talking about a software-defined battery, meaning that you as a customer get faster charging, get higher ranges, and with this more or less solving the big barrier we're still facing when it comes to e-mobility, because that's the big argument against it. We are solving this one, but even thinking a bit further to extend and make the batteries coming from mobility reusable only with software. That gives you even a larger impact on the life cycle management of those battery packs, because in the end, that's the most valuable part. We will have in e-mobility, and will also likely be the biggest source of used battery cells. And to extend the life cycle of these batteries is not only a sustainability factor, but also an economic one, because the residual value of such a battery pack is quite high if you have the chance to reuse it. And that's what we are attacking. So you can already hear we are not really a B2C startup, we are also B2B. So addressing the OEMs themselves, meaning, for example, a BMW, a Mercedes, all of the big car brands, but also their suppliers who are sometimes building the battery packs, which gives us a quite complex value chain in a way that we are always the supplier to one of these two, and need to position ourselves kind of according to the demands these specific people in the value chain have. That can sometimes be focused on really the customer value we are bringing to the OEM, but that can also be like a process value to a tier one supplier who is then reselling the battery pack to the OEMs. And for this reason, it's always extremely important for us to give a clear storyline to our customers to convince them. And whenever you have opened the doors, to also keep very, very complex and important expectation management up and running.
I'm gonna
sorry.
hold you. Yep, we're gonna
Handing over.
'cause you're
Continue later.
you can go into detail a little bit more because that's perfect for the next one. Frank, maybe to you to give an intro of your startup. What?
So thanks. I'm Frank. I'm one of the co-founders of 2G Biotech. And from a concept point of view, we are very similar to Radical Dot and Andy, but we work on biomass. So what we do is we provide the enzymes, so the toolbox to convert biomass into sustainable chemicals. And here too, you can see it from both sides. So the one side are the biomass processors, the ones who have biomass available, which is like plastic incinerated. It's damped into the fields. It's pushed into biogas plants, but it's not converted or recycled into these base chemicals we all need. On the other side, which is the biotech industry. So the biotech industry is producing a lot of chemicals, which is very nice because it's sustainable, but it's food-based today. So they all consume sugar, which is produced from crop. And you have these large sugar fields in Southern America or Thailand, which all go into these industry applications. And bridging the biomass waste towards these second generation sugars is something where we come into play because we produce these tools, enzymes, and the dedicated production system coming with it, strains, in order to convert biomass into sustainable sugars. So the company itself is just about a year old, but me and my partner, we come from industry. We come from a big chemical company, which did similar things in a biotech unit, but it shut the unit down, and we picked up this topic and went independent a year and a bit ago. So we are now 6 people. We just got the first funding last December, and we're pushing on this technology and also customers since the beginning. We already have customers because we have sort of a foot in the door with all these companies through our history and our experience. And with that, we're pushing on the topic and want to produce first products by the end of this year.
I think congratulations are also then in order for recent funding. Also, Andy, on your end, even more recently, just a day or 2, 3 days ago, right? Was it?
Yeah, we announced that we got a 3.9 million grant from the German ministry. Yeah.
So recent funding there, recent funding on your end. What about you in the middle? Hey, I have
working on it.
Working on it.
Always.
No, but actually, if you think about it, within a couple of days, there's a 1-year anniversary for you guys. Do you know what it is?
No.
On the 9th, or at least it was posted on your LinkedIn account. Let's see. But on the 19th of March in 2025, it's the 6.1 million seed funding that you guys got.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so almost more or less exactly a year ago. So there's things to celebrate all around.
I mean, I had a little chat just like 3 minutes ago over there, right? And we talked about some of the recent successes they've had, and I was like, oh, this has just been a few weeks ago. And he's like, no, it was last autumn. What are you talking about? Like, time as a concept
it flies.
is becoming flexible.
And adding a fun fact to it, when we announced it, I've been in the US with the time shift, and it gave me really 2 almost like 48 hours in a row working because the shift was so unhappy that preparing the announcement and then working on it for the upcoming day, that was tough. So maybe that's why I didn't really remember.
Although it took 2 days. All right, let's get back to the topic of customers. Let's just start with the beginning. So maybe what assumptions did you make that when you first went in weren't maybe quite what you expected, or just generally that first customer story on all of your ends? Maybe starting on the other end, but Frank, do you want to bring that in?
No, I guess I didn't mention it. So our customers are large corporates who have big tons of this biomass. So we are business to business as well. And for us, it's tricky to have them committed. Large corporates, they act really slowly. And so what we needed to hit to begin with is a sweet spot to offer something that they have to commit quite a bit already. So the first offers, if they're really cheap, you have them, but then you just run out because you didn't have enough weight to also create pain, sort of, and true gain. But obviously, if you're too expensive, they don't consider you at all. So we have two kind of customers at the moment. One is which we offered a very cheap to begin with project, and we now need to commit him afterwards. But we have good data and stuff, so hopefully it's working. But the other one, we sort of pre-filtered in advance with a rather high step-in sort of offer, and we have him committed on a different level. So for us, it's a bit. For us, the biggest challenge is to have these large corporate going and to have their budget assigned for the next year and all these things. So you have to consider the financial setup and the financial thinking of these corporates. So luckily, I come from corporate and I sort of know this, but it's still a pain to act with it. So that's our biggest topic at the moment.
Would you say that's also just one of your biggest challenges in the deep tech industry, generally speaking, or is, I don't know, the long time spans that it take? Like, what can you?
For us, yes, but we are in a very lucky position because we had the technology checked off. So that's something we did for the last 15 years. We set our technology on a platform now, which is new. But this concept, me and my co-founder had in the drawer for the last 5 years, even in the previous company. And that's something we pulled out now, being independent. So if I imagine to have to fix technology and on top, I'd be on a different stress level, I'd say. But with this technology almost solved, yeah, the customer commitment is for us the biggest.
You can focus on one rather than everything at once.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
So welcome in my world, fixing customer and technology at the same time, because that was is our biggest challenge we have. The tech is not really ready for the market yet, but still we had to convince the customer because at the beginning we've been bootstrapping. So we of course sold them a vision, but that vision would like materialize in a few years. But in the end, we still had to convince them to not only take our vision for granted and believe in this vision, but also like make some money transfer to our accounts for this vision. And for this reason, like handling this field between you're selling a vision, not really a product, and with this not really a result yet, but still getting the customer to a point where he's willing to transfer money to your account is quite challenging. And most of the time, or I would say almost all the time, you need not only to convince the customer as like when you have a finalized product, but also get someone internally on the customer side who is almost as committed to your product and your vision especially as you are, because there is plenty of rounds, as he said, Frank, in the corporates where you're not part of and where they decide about budgets and strategies and product roadmaps and so on and so forth. And there you need this one person internally who is then fighting for you and is convinced that this will make the next step for their company. And that helps you a lot to get to this point. And yeah, whenever you got to this point, then if you're lucky enough, you can sell the vision and get some money for it, even before you have a product that is working.
Concrete advice. You guys writing this down?
So the question now is, what kind of person is this? Is it the innovation manager or is it the production manager, site manager, etc.? So that's these kind of questions we're also having.
My experience is the innovation managers and innovation scouts, they are more or less vote less within the corporates.
Exactly.
So they bring in a lot of ideas, and most of the people are also listening to them. But the real decision makers are either the product managers, so who are giving the strategic product roadmap, and even beyond them, the guys who are really making the long-term or at least mid-term strategy for the company. So in the end, in the best case, you get one of these people on your side. But oftentimes the innovation managers are the entry cards. So they bring you together with those people. But in the end, I would say the closer you are to the final decision maker, the better it is.
Andy, can you relate to one or the other? Where do you fall in the spectrum, and your story on that side as well?
I mean, definitely in the camp of need to make tech and commercial work at the same time. I mean, what a blessing there. I think you can't overvalue that. No, I was trying to think about what story to tell in advance of the panel, and there's just one thing that came to me. We were part of, because I think some people in the room may have also heard about this, so I thought it might be a story relevant for you. There's an accelerator program in town from Unternehmertum called Expreneurs, and my co-founder Alex and me were part of that, and we were just hacking away one day, and we ended up getting an email from someone we had spoken with a few months before at an organization in France, who we asked for advice. We were literally in our very first weeks of starting out, basically, and just asked him a bit for advice, and we knew him from our previous job. And I think he seemed to like us, because he basically emailed us being like, just so you know, there's this RFP coming out, request for proposals. I would really strongly recommend you guys send something in. And we were like, oh, yeah, all right, okay. And so we did, and I think we were by far the earliest company that they have ever sort of selected for taking this forward. So it's again the internal champion, a lucky punch on this one, really. But that was a not insignificantly sized project for 2 years that we ended up winning based on a one evening writing effort of a couple of pages proposal, which we would have never heard about if we hadn't spoken with the guy before. And that's, I guess, the lesson or the story that I want to share in various projects that we have won over the course of time. We've always been bloody annoying to the people, and just persistent, I guess is the word, and just by talking to a ton of people, you sometimes hit a lucky punch, basically. And so I know it's a bit of a boring old message that I think Lars threw in on the very first sentence, which is like, start as early as you can on some of these things, but I mean, it's true, because worst case, they'll say no to you for like a year and a half, but then it's fine if the project comes in 2 years, I'll still take it. And so in quite a few instances that has happened. So we just earlier this week, we won a little project, which I think we've emailed the guy, I don't know how many times, and I don't know how many versions of that 2-page project proposal, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it's still a little project we now finally had confirmed. So we'll take it.
Yeah, exactly. Take what you can get. Exactly. Maybe to the other two, because you mentioned a specific person that was important to make the next step. Can you relate? Has it been different to you? Is there like a who or a what was needed for those initial contacts, or how did?
Can I actually go one more time on
Yeah,
that one
yeah,
specifically?
go for it.
Sorry, because I wanted to add something before that. We also deal with large industry. So all the projects we've won so far, to be honest, are slightly less annoying corporate animals. Large corporates are bloody annoying, and I think we work from all the way from like working level to board level, and everyone in between, from plant manager and product manager. But at the end of the day, if a company is currently just not having the cash flow to allow for any level of external project, it's a very difficult sell. So in our case, large scale German chemical corporates right now are just very painful to win projects with, because they're all just cutting everywhere, and it's pretty bleak in that industry. So I don't know how you. I was curious to throw that into the round, because we are trying to work the levels, but on some of these it's pretty tricky.
Well, yeah, similar to us, to be honest.
And we try on, so one is money and the other one, or profit, but the other one is also regulation. And we now try to engage particularly the waste managers, because they have this pain coming up in terms of waste recycling quota. You probably know as well. And with that, you have an angle because they need to move. The other one is just, sure, I can potentially make them more profit, but they would need to invest. So there's no pain, sort of. So we try to identify the pain of our customers in detail and target that instead of just coming with the plain more profit message.
How do you go about doing that?
Say again?
How do you go, like concretely, how do you go about doing that?
Well, you have to talk to many people in order to identify the true pain, and one you learn from one customer, you can then take to the second customer. That's how it works. But I'm not reading sort of a law text which comes next. That's not what I'm doing. But you talk to people, and at some point they will shoot your message saying, I need to pay money to get this waste out of my site. And at that moment, your ears are open. And then you try to identify and understand the case, and then you can transfer it to another one. That's how we do sort of the best engagements at the moment. And so we have one large corporate, which is some sort of holding structure, and a lot of subsidiaries. And that's tricky, and we are in innovation project. So we hope to push it into the real decision and sort of strategic project next, but let's see. The other one is the rather small company, one site, one management, and that's acting differently. So these customers is something you can actually work with, rather agile. Yeah. But you don't have much choice, to be honest. I'm happy to have either one. That's from us.
We basically see the same picture because I guess everyone knows that German or European automotive is currently not in a stage where you would see large budgets for large innovation, rather the opposite side. So sometimes this really causes a problem if your main customer group starts, for whatever reason, cutting budgets, because most of the budgets who are cut first is either wages or people in the end, or innovation, which sounds quite counterintuitive, because if you're losing the market because you're losing on innovation, then cutting innovation budgets is not what like everyone would do in the first place. But that's how it works in the large corporates, fair enough. You have to adjust to this because you will not be the person who is changing this mindset, for sure. So you need to find either a new way within these corporates to get new budgets. So either you're addressing a different department, which is not related to the one you've been addressing before. A second way can be to adjust your pricing, because I would say most of the departments within large corporates, they have certain budget barriers which they can decide on their own, or where they have to give the decision further to like another department that is beyond them. So that can be a solution which is not always working if you need large budgets. So if your initial customer group is not the one you can address at the moment, then look for other markets and other industries where you're also applicable. I know that's not always possible, but mobility in our case is quite a wide area. So there is plenty of OEMs existing, not only passenger cars. And sometimes if it's the same industry, but a different customer group, the situation might be different. And these are the ones you should then address to solve the problem.
Jumping on your budget mentioning, so well, we figured that you can really talk to your contact at the company and ask him directly, okay, what's the budget you are able to free yourself? What kind of levels do you need in order to open it up, or what kind of budget are you having available, etc. So that's not sort of a wall you cannot see over, but they are really eager to talk about it, because
normally they want to start projects, but they can't because budget is hindering them. And if you align with them, they're actually quite happy normally. So I would always talk to the people and ask them directly, okay, we can bring this to the table, and a project would be this expensive. Is that something you can sort of sign off, or how would this work? And to talk openly, that brings chances to fit it into this customer specific setup he needs, I would say.
Can I just share one like war story / piece of advice that I should have followed? A fellow startup in a program that Niklas and me have been in has once shared a very candid note of never ever work for anyone for free. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. And then I was put in a position where a company I cannot name publicly at this point in time basically pulled out of a project last minute and was like, nah, no project budget. But I still really wanted to have the project because I wanted to be able to say that we've been working with this and that company. So I cut everything and I left a little piece and I said, look, we'll do this for free for you. And I should never, ever have done that. It was the most painful thing ever. They were the most painful people to interact with ever. And I was just so glad when it's over. So never ever work for anyone for free. If there's there needs to be some level of reason. And honestly, if it's for free, they'll treat it exactly as like that. So as I said, don't do that.
And adding to that, if it's for free, there is no value. And if you bring no value, they wouldn't value it. That's the simple thing.
So to finish the war story, we were supposed to receive material from that particular company. They left the material for me to pick up from their company. They didn't even ship it over to me because he didn't have the €5 DHL fee or some bullshit. So this is just a anecdote.
Never do anything for free. Maybe any other words of advice while we're here? Never do anything for free. Internal people from your side to sell your story, to love it as much as you do for the customer side, right? If I got it right. How about from you? Another main takeaway for the audience, for those maybe a couple steps behind your stage right now?
Well, I have trouble acting to it, but advice is let your customers speak and just listen. It's tricky because you want to sell something, but just listen. They will tell you their pain, they will tell you their available budget, they will tell you their strategy, maybe, but just listen. It's really tricky. I can't do it myself, but try.
You do have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so maybe that'll help. Okay. In terms of Q&A, how are we looking? Are people have some questions? Are we feeling okay? Anything from the audience? Yeah, please.
So I've got a question regarding hardware and how to finance the capex of the hardware systems, because right now we're selling to a telecom operator an energy unit that has batteries and solid-state hydrogen. And something that we have done initially has been obviously get finance for the pilots and also the initial verification and validations of the industrial units. But it's true that now when we're going to scale the system, some of these big companies, they're IBEX 35 because we're in Spain, companies, they want it as an ESAS, like energy storage as a service. And obviously at the initial phases, right now, we are approaching banks, but once you don't have so many units in place, like right now we've done 3, the type of banking agreements aren't so open, like banks come to you when you don't need them. So basically, what advice would you have in this phase is like something that we're finding is that we're probably going to have to raise some more capital from the private side, but would you have any other advices of experiences of your own on this aspect?
What sometimes works in Germany, not necessarily if it's a customer product or customer capex, let's say, is public funding. because that should be at least the leverage you need to get such a technology into the market, because everyone and also the government knows that a bank is not willing to finance in such a stage something that would be helpful for you as well. So we used a lot of public funding, especially for CapEx intense parts of the technology and like also the research work. So that is something for us that worked out quite well. That's the problem.
Can you repeat the question too?
So
just
funding for
frontline.
CapEx, so funding for hardware, tricky, I find.
If you're selling it, it's always hard, because then they would say, okay, if you're selling it, there is like a mismatch between what we are trying to fund and then you're selling it. That doesn't sound like a deal. No, if you're asking directly, I couldn't give you a straight advice to a specific funding that would help you. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, we talked to a mentor also. We met at Unternehmertum a half a year ago, and he told us a story about a company called Orbem here, Munich based, and they also have a very expensive hardware. And what he told us, and that's something we try to manage too, is that you contact the companies you want to develop this device for and ask them for money. If they really need this, they will advance you in payments. They shift license, whatever you have assigned for in 5 years, shift it to now, give them a discount, whatever, because you need money now. You won't need this money later. So I would try to engage your customers and maybe even be open, saying, listen, if you don't pay, we're gonna die, and there's no technology available any. So and that you don't hand out shares of your company, which is painful too eventually. If you just need to bridge a certain time. And apply for public funding, gonna take you years, and you need luck on top. So maybe this.
Any other questions from the audience? Then maybe I'll, no? Okay, then maybe I'll wrap it up with one final thing and I'll turn it. It's a little bit of a different question, but from the panel here today, what's one thing that someone else said on the panel that either really resonated with you or you thought I can't relate at all, or just something along those lines? What's your takeaway that from someone else that you heard on the panel today?
Where we can't resonate, right?
No, it's up to you. So either you say, yes, this is what someone else said, I completely agree, it's great, but you can turn it around if you want. You can say, I can't do anything with that. That's fine too.
Let's take the resonate, the positive one.
Positive
That's
side.
the DNA of the partner, being positive about anything. Yeah, definitely listening what Frank said, listening to your customers, because in the end, these are the people who are going to give you as a startup or a company the relevance in the market. Because whenever you are developing great tech, that's great, but it's only getting really great if someone is willing to give money for it, because that's the case you're looking, or I would say most of the startups are looking for if they are not an NGO. So listen to your customer, solve their problems, and then you will be successful, definitely.
Yeah, I want to extend on this and follow Andy's advice to try to find customers who pay money for it, reasonable money for a proof of concept, whatever. So don't do it for free, and rather take more time finding this first customer, because whatever Andy said was absolutely right. Otherwise, you will have so much problems and pain afterwards, and he's gonna ask more work and whatever, because it's for free, and it's just gonna keep you stuck in this loop you don't get out anymore. So that's something I would take home from today.
This is a tough gig here afterwards, but it's much more fun if you disagree with someone, right? So just for the sake of disagreement, I'm going to disagree with the fact that you need one champion within a company, because I think you need multiple champions within a company. It's not really disagreement, is it? But ultimately, what I tried to point out is, or I guess an anecdote on our end. I once got an angry email on a Thursday morning by a person I didn't know at that point in time, who turned out to be plant manager at one of the companies that we're quite closely interacting with, being like, 2 sentences and very direct, was like, your name comes up all the time, and I don't want to manage wrong expectations. Call me. Here's my number. Like, okay, what's that? So I ended up calling him. It turns out that because we've spoken with so many people at the company, he's been always the guy who ended up being on CC somewhere, and who's been asked for something, or his team has been asked for something, or whatever. And there was complete misunderstanding. It turned out that he wanted, that he thought he needed out of his budget to invest money now for us, which was not at all the case. We didn't want him to do that whatsoever. This is not urgent at the moment whatsoever. This was a 2027 proposal. The only thing I needed from him is a thumbs up. And so it took me about 25 minutes on the phone with him to basically land the message that it's all good, don't, like, no stress, I just need your thumbs up. But it was kind of funny because it's only because we ended up having multiple conversations with multiple people that I ended up with the guy, which is great because he's the right person to talk to, but I didn't know that he was that person.
Mm-hmm.
And he ended up coming to me because we made the rounds within the company. And so, yeah.
No, good point. I have a similar story on that, but in the end, also you're acting with a corporate, you act with people, and they have moods, they have competition between each other, and stuff like this. So be aware to try to know your people and know whom to approach when and how and with whom in CC or not, and all this kind of stuff.
So he, as I said, he was a bit grumpy in the beginning, and then we had a phone call, and then after a few minutes, he's like, all right, I mean, in principle, my daughter is studying sustainability at TUM. Like, I mean, I should be supporting this. It's gonna be fine. We'll make this work. So, lucky me that his daughter studies sustainability at.
All right, wonderful. Then I'm good from my side. Everyone okay? In the audience, any last burning questions?
No, let's turn the word to you guys, since you're competing here in something really important. Good luck to all of you. So I understand this is a challenge where you might go to MIT for the next round. So congrats anyway being here, and good luck. And eager to have your solutions available.
Thank you.
Thanks to our wonderful panelists and our moderator. We're going to go ahead and take a coffee break until 3:45. But before that, we'd like to take some photos of our startups. Were you going to add something, Anna?
There was a hand in the back. Yeah, a last question?
Certainly.
Yeah, why not? We need a mic. Try, and then we'll just repeat it.
I hope that they will come. I said, so I think the question was, at which point do you know you're ready to scale? I guess very simplistically. I personally have a strong point of view on this, but please disagree. I think you will have to continue developing while scaling. And of course, there is strategic moments in time when you have to, say, for example, freeze plant designs and ultimately build exactly that and things like that. But those are just brief moments in time, and I can certainly say from our side that there's continuous R&D development while in parallel scaling things up. And of course, there's certain frictions, there's certain inefficiencies and all of that, but that is very much baked into the journey of trying to scale something new and complicated fast and efficiently. So for us, it's a parallel movement.
And don't wait to be perfect. It's never going to be perfect, seriously. Take the 80% solution and go for it. And meaning go to your customers saying you have a prototype, you have a minimal viable product. Is he eager? Because he or she, the customers, they will have questions, they want changes, etc. That comes on top. But take the chance to go out and test it anytime you have something in your hand.
Yeah. Closing to this, if you wait until you're perfect, you will wait forever and nothing happens. Start whenever you feel it's right. That's it.
All right, wonderful. A round of applause. Thank you guys. Thank the three of you.
All right, and if we can have our startups come on up, we'll move those chairs, and I'll get our screen ready.
Are the Zoom people part of the picture situation too?
Hi, everyone. If you want to start taking your seats, we're going to make the big announcement in about 2 minutes. So, let's call it. Michelle, at this point, you could motivate us. Yes.
Do we want to kick it off then?
Yeah, sure. Now that you're saying that.
We take picture of all four on stage with one here.
Thank you all, and thank you for being here today. We really, really enjoyed hearing all of your pitches, and we know that you traveled to be here, and some of you joined us from all around the world on Zoom. So thank you again for taking the time to do that. It was really inspiring to hear what everyone is working on across problem areas. Once again, huge thank you to our sponsors. This is an entirely student-run prize, and we have to raise the entirety of what we give away every year. So thank you to our sponsors for continuing to support us. We heard 10 of you today. As a reminder, 4 of you will be joining us in Boston on April 17th at our grand finals for the chance to win $100,000 in prize money. But really, it was so enjoyable listening to all of you today. So please keep in touch, and you will always be a part of the CEP community. So without further ado, we're really excited to announce the 4 startups that will be moving on to our Boston finals. And those will be Aeropod, Holotraps, Kajani Carbon, and Isosphere. Congratulations. Thank you all. And last but not least, we're really excited to announce the winner of the Munich Semi-Final, who will be going home today with $5,000 as the semi-finalist winner. And that will be Isosphere. Congratulations. Isosphere team, if you want to come up here and take a picture. And we're going to have a couple pictures, including all of the semifinalists here today. So stick around for a minute.
Oh, okay.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Could we have all 4 of the teams that are moving on to Boston? So one is virtual, but could we have you guys come up here and take a picture as well? Oh, yeah. Also, we're going to take a few pictures with like the judges and also the rest of you startups. But otherwise, you guys are good to go unless you want to watch us take pictures. Okay, thank you. And could we have all of these startups who participated today please come up? We already got one. Excellent. Thank you. Okay, I missed that. Sorry. Judges, if you all wouldn't mind coming up, maybe we could have the judges in Isosphere stay up here. Sorry, you guys. And you guys really don't have to stick around. Last time, at least the CEP team, like our organizing team and the team. Oh, we got that. Did we get a picture? Okay, let's do another picture. Just the organizers.
I also think there's more coffee and pretzels and things upstairs if you want any of that before you go.
Thank you all, and feel free to stick around. We have pretzels and coffee and whatnot upstairs or mingle in the lobby. We'll be here till 5. Let's get Danny. Yeah, the rest of us don't. Oh, oh, so cute. I'm just here. Thank you very much. Wait, that's so cute. Yeah, let's see our food. Oh, we got the necklace. Okay. Yes. Okay. That is power. I was thinking about what I'm saying. I'm sorry. There was a lot of thinking where I was asking this conversation. What payment method would you essentially sort of use? I can absolutely. Also, if you send me WhatsApp on message, you send me your slides, information, and then this is such a smart like yeah. No, if you'll actually make and then you can I'm flying Tuesday and I'll grade and then you give me like a couple of days. But yes. Thank you very much for being here. Really well appreciated.
Just a quick follow-up. Would you like
We're done. Yeah.
We're done. That's it.
Thank
you. Thank you so much.
You know, this is the first time I hosted another
Tag you on our social media.
I'll call for that as well. I don't have Anna's. Yeah, yeah.
But of course, like if you have done manage to get everything, you can like and then
Yeah, I wasn't expecting.
what would be the one who judges panelists and you might not.
What can I buy?